WIFTV-PM.
Jackson.
If you could make up a social media holiday, what would it be?
Randy said National Don't Let No One Put You Down Day.
No one. What you gonna do? So when they say something crazy, you slap them?
Be like May said. Remy said a Jukathon Day.
Man, we about 60 years old. I be done had a heart
You
attack.
gotta get your heart rate up.
Okay, not that far.
Yeah. All right, Mario said my favorite one. My friends and I do what we call National Call Off from Work Day.
As a business owner, I don't.
You don't like that, yeah.
I don't like that one.
Because I'm the boss of this family.
We got Marcus Garvey Day from Remy too.
Oh, Marcus Garvey Day. All right, what will we do on Marcus Garvey Day?
Call off from work.
I'm gonna need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. That would be great. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Well, every black holiday has something to do with calling off from work.
You're cool. I'm out.
About National Join a Positive Black Organization Day, because I don't want to be recruited. I don't want to be recruited and the brothers be like, thank you. Thank you. How about National Tell White People the Truth Day? Tell them how you really feel.
You can't handle the truth.
Why don't we call that National Black People Get Locked Up Day?
I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Hello.
The most dangerous show in the morning.
Do you want to send your child to the best fit private school but don't have the financial resources? Apply for the Illinois Tax Credit Scholarship Program. It has provided over 37,000 scholarships worth $300 million. The application opens online Wednesday, January 18th at 6:30 p.m. and submissions begin at 7 p.m. Scholarships are first come, first served for families who qualify, so apply as soon as possible. For more information, call 1-800-616-7606 or visit www.empowerillinois.org. Empowering families, empower communities, empower Illinois.
Mother, there's too many of you crying. Brother, there's far too many of you dying. You know we got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Father, we don't need to escalate. War is not the answer, 'cause only love can conquer hate. You know we got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Picket lines, picket signs, don't punish me. Brutality, talk to me so you can see what's going on, what's going on, what's going on. I wanna know what's going What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Mother, everybody says that we're wrong. Who are they to judge us? Simply because my hair's gone. Oh, no. judge us simply 'cause my hair's gone. No, no, no. You know we got to find a way to bring some understanding today. Picket lines, picket signs. Don't punish me. Brutality. Talk to me so you can see what's going on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's going on? Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's going on? Will you tell me what's going on? I wanna know what's going on. What's going on in our neighborhood? What's going on with our political system? What's going on with police brutality? What's going on with education and healthcare? What's going on? Yeah. What's going on? 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 Yeah, yeah.
Move your body, don't nobody party like your body, pardon me, but I'm through. I got eyes on something that ain't you. I done seen how you move and heard about what you do. So I don't want no parts of that art. Hourglass figure, but not too smart. I done seen you with a couple of guys, couple of drinks, couple of hands all on your thighs. And I already see your next Vic. Free drinks and a couple of neck tricks. I'm not sure if you into it or into him, into deep or into them. All I know is in the interim, I have no interest to sink or swim. I can see the thirst on your face. Can't wait to catch it in the Me Too case. So I keep it moving in the 2-3 pace. Checking you ain't worth the deposit in that chase. You see my face. Yeah, you see my face.
I want somebody to love me for me. Happy, happy is where I wanna be. I want somebody to love me for me. Happy, happy is where I wanna be.
You stumbling, wondering what to think. Approaching, fumbling, food and drink. Slurring and sweating like you stink. Even if I did your gender, we ain't in sync. Be original, don't follow the crowd. Dope fiend, lean, smelling like that loud. I'm looking at your friends and they ain't that proud. Knowing next time they hang, you ain't allowed. So stop giving me the googly eyes, or you gon' force me to tell you a few of these lies. My crew know the mission like 3 or 4 spies. Heard your guy tell you to chill, word to the wise. That hard liquor and bad food, a bad mood. So I'm a stiff arm sidestep, a bad mood. I'm trying to live my life, not catch an attitude. Normally I'm nice, but I'm about to get rude. Move your body.
I want somebody to love me for me. Happy, happy is where I wanna be. I want somebody to love me for me. Happy, happy is where I wanna be.
WIFTBPM.
Uh-oh, what's in it for the black people?
You are listening to the most dangerous show. This is What's in It for the Black People Radio. Mays Jackson. Mays Jackson, the most vociferous advocate for black people in the world.
For Ruthie Moore, for Ty Stroger, I am the host of the Mays Jackson Show, asking every single day, what's in it for the black people? And if you don't like it, you can still tell them Mays said, Mayor Lightfoot, man, we ain't accepting that. We ain't accepting that. Let's go. Yeah.
Let's get down to business and go ahead and address the facts, man. Lightfoot seems more being in black. Rahm Emanuel's another case. He was just as tired. 50 closed schools left much to be desired. Police had Anjanette naked on that body cam. They suppressed the footage so it couldn't touch a lot of hands. Reminds me of that 16 shots in that cover up. Both of them similar, so I went and dug it up. George Floyd killed, a lot of riots happened in the town. Southside burned and they wouldn't let them bridges down. Grandmother sick, need a prescription and plus a couple groceries. You gon' have to travel just to get it now. COVID-19 out here shutting all the business down. Not enough SBA loans to even give around. So many failed businesses that you could put them in the pile. If you don't survive the pandemic, it's gonna sit you down. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System to milk is so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System to milk is so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks. Shout out to Willie Wilson, hope one day you get to send it. We need some different players in the game to handle business. Too many shady characters like Madigan and Blago. But when you really break it down, it's typical Chicago. City full of gangsters, it's what the land was built on. Same streets with hood legends DNA get spilled on. Carjackers out here lurking trying to get they steal on. Looking for a block to put them Hellcat wheels on. Let us give bogus appraisals a red line. Car crackers out here getting minimal fair time. And I'm concealed carry, I stay with the pipe. But Illinois gun laws giving minimal rights. Stay up on the swivel, make sure I'm moving tight. Check all of my mirrors when I pull up to the light. Pick my homie up from out of town, man, he caught a flight. He was hella nervous, told him, shorty, this a way of life. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System to milk is so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System to milk is so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks.
Wake up, Chicago! Wake up, world. This is the Mays Jackson Show. I'm your host, Mays Jackson. Got my man DJ Riis the Ruler, and we are here on Thursday, January 19th. Dag-nabbit, dang it. Where is the time going? It seems to me that it was just last year. Then it became New Year's Eve. And now we are over the hump of January. Next week, I'm going to be celebrating my 52nd birthday. And I feel like ever since I had to pay bills, time just keeps going. And I don't know that it's like I get to have the most enjoyment, but it just seems like the time between bills just makes your life good. Man, some days I wish I was still a shorty. You know, some days it's that one moment when you paying the bills and you wake up and you realize, like, I got to do this for the rest of my life. So I got to tell you, I'm feeling a certain kind of way because the time is flying by. And soon I will be, you know, and every year I'll be forgetting. So I wind up saying, like, after the 8th of, after October, I start saying I'm the next year old. So now I'm going to be 52, but I'll be saying I'm 53. By October, and the next thing you know, I'll be forgetting how old I am, everything at a minute. I'm going to stop telling you how old I am. I'm just say, you know, I'm just Mays and I'm ageless. But yo, y'all, this is the Mays Jackson Show. I'm your host, Mays Jackson. Got my man DJ Riis the Ruler on this Thirsty Thursday. Thirsty. Got a lot going on today. I got some in-studio guests. We got people observing, watching. I feel pressure. Pressure. But it's all good because we're going to do our thing. So we're going to introduce you to our guys in the studio a little bit later on in the show. They're here observing, seeing if they're going to try and take the mantle from you. You know, you got to be careful when the young people be in the building. They be looking at you. They be like, you know, you bring them in, they be like, lunch. They be like, dude, oh, man, I could do that 20 times better than him. But you know what? That's the way we're supposed to do it, right? We want to train. Remember I told you about reloading yesterday? We was talking about the fact that the black community never reloaded. I told you I remember when I first got my first deal with Sprite and I was coming to the big old galas and I would see the big, powerful black dudes that had 50 tables and they had money and everybody was coming in. And man, when I saw Jesse Jackson in that wheelchair, I was like, dang, Superman in a wheelchair. I saw my man Terry walking up on a cane and I was saying, dang, y'all. I remember it seems like 20 years can fly by and you look up and you be like, wait a minute, I remember all of these people. Like, I mean, I'm telling you, remember I told you, I remember Jesse Jackson put me in a headlock at like 65 and I couldn't get out. Big old dude, like, and then to see him roll up in the wheelchair, and I got to give Reverend Jackson much respect because I do think that we don't give him the props in Chicago. I told you my mother-in-law got a picture of Jesse Jackson and didn't even have a picture of me in the house. Obama, Jesse, Martin Luther King. I'm like, I married your daughter. I don't even get a picture. So she fixed that. But look, y'all, it is the Mace Jackson Show. I'm your host, Mace Jackson. Got my man, DJ Riis the Ruler on the ones and twos. DJ Riis the Ruler, how you feeling today?
Blessed by the best. You already know the rest, man. How you doing now? It's Thursday. We almost through with it.
Man. Well, actually, we not almost through. You getting ready to get started. You about to do double duty.
Don't remind me, man.
Double duty. But it's all good, though, man, because I'm going to tell you, this weekend, we got a lot of stuff going on. Hey, y'all, so just how big of a change in the world it is tonight. Over at Obsidian, we are going to be hosting a fundraiser for 3rd Ward Alderman Pat Dow. My goodness, how far we've come. Right? As I make my preparation to return to the world from whence I came. Told y'all gonna stop having me out here. I'll be the only one mad. Y'all be kicking it. Y'all be at the parties. I'll be like, what happened to y'all? Be like, man, who's the DJ? I'll be like, where's our cut? Y'all be like, man, I ain't tripping. So I told you, I'm about to stop being mad. About to go ahead, get this bag, and I'm gonna do my best for the black folks from a different vantage point. I'll do it from the skybox. Ah, yes, I'll get it from the skybox. Do it from the restaurants. You'll see me in Springfield. You'll see me in City Council, and I'll be lobbying for your best interests at a high rate. Right? You know what I'm saying? But I will tell you this. I will always be pushing the issue of what's in it for the black people. So, y'all, look, it is the Mace Jackson Show. I'm your host, Mace Jackson. I'm my man, DJ Riis the Ruler. Looks like we locked in, Riis, so let's get the soul plane up to 60,000 feet. We are up and away, and I got to get some of these headlines. All right, y'all. The time is ticking. I've been talking about that, but the mayor's race is almost... I'm going to say it's almost here. We are about to make some real determinations. Do y'all realize that early voting starts next week? Like, think about that. I feel like we just got through with an election, and now we are moving to early voting. And in this early voting space, y'all, I'm just not sure what's going to happen. I've seen a couple different polls. You know, I told you feel and stats are two different things, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like it's Chewy Garcia, and then I feel like it's Paul Vallis. Like, my gut tells me that's going to be the two in the race, but apparently there's some polling now that says that it's Chewy and the mayor. But I just don't know where the mayor's votes are coming from besides black people. But I don't even know which black people. But I'll tell you, I think that's part of the thing. I told you when we are here on What's in It for the Black People Media, I operate from the vantage point of Wakanda, right? I'm talking Wakanda, but we live in Chicago. And so oftentimes those of us that are here that are super black conscious, we be counting the little things. And the black folks really be like, hey, man, do the dog wag his tail when I come home? Can I pay my light bill? Can I have a little life in my joint? And can we get a little house music? Y'all know I hate house music. And I think black folks be straight. Add a little food at the reception. Oh, we good. We good. Meanwhile, I be around here every day like, well, did we get a piece of that? Did we get a piece of that? And so, you know, sometimes I worry about fighting for issues that y'all really don't care about until you look up and it's like we are the frogs in the boiling pot of water. right? I was thinking about when I first got into the political game and where we sat. And I was like, man, we pretty dope. And that next thing you know, here we are 20-something years later. And we not, I still think we are 1, 2. If there was a race rankings in Chicago, I would say the white folks are 1. Asians are 1B. No, Asians are 1A. Then it's Latinos. I'm going to throw LGBTQ in there. And then I would say we at the bottom of the totem pole. In a city that still holds Harold Washington as our greatest accomplishment. I think we've been stuck in this space for so long, and in the process of while we talking about Harold Washington, the Latinos done not claimed Harold Washington. Chewy is saying he is Harold Washington's legacy. And you know how I'd be like, really, dog? We can't have our own, not at all. But I'm gonna tell y'all, it's gonna be interesting in this money game in the mayor's race. They got it cracking. The mayor spent $3 million apparently thus far, and I'm curious if you think it's working. But the money game is getting tight, and it seems like everybody got the same amount of money. The mayor got $3 million. She spent $3 million. She only raised $1 million. And now it seems like she's at about 1.4, 1.5. The Reverend Dr. Willie Wilson still got the most money. And I, shout out to Willie Wilson. I got to tell you, first and only advertiser on the first and only political advertiser. Everybody want to be here. They want to get you, but they don't want that what's in it for the black people brand. So I got to shout out to the Reverend Dr. Willie Wilson, who was like, Dr. Jackson, send me an envoy. You send me an envoy, I'll be on your station. Man, we put the invoice in the mail on Friday. I stayed a little late. Man, the mailman came in here. I was like, how the mailman don't even be knocking. Mailman just walked in the office. I'm sitting in the studio. He walked all in the studio. That's my man, though, so I ain't gonna even trip on the mailman. But I was glad I was here. Because, hold on. I said, didn't we just send the invoice? You know, black people tell you checking the mail. You checking the mail, you running to the mailbox. Excuse me, is this all I got? Dr. Wilson, Dr. Jackson, I told you I'm gonna be with you. Right there in the mail. No BS. So shout out to all of the mayoral candidates. Shout out to Brandon Johnson, my Chance the Rapper cousin. My skateboard. I'm telling you, I gotta watch Brandon. He's sneaking up on us. Plus, he just picked up a check for 400 stacks. I be tripping though when people be picking up these checks and they be calling me. Let me just say this real quick. If y'all got a budget and you calling me for free, no, and no, especially after Dr. Wilson came through.
Hey, yesterday I had to go and meet somebody that's it's a friend of mine. He run a political campaign, but I went to the office and he wasn't there, but it was somebody from the campaign talking. So I had on my what's in it for the black people hoodie on. So she was just talking. So she was like, "Oh, I listen to the show every now and then and whatnot." So she found out like who I was. Immediately, like her next thing is,
hell no.
You need to,
no.
Hold on. Said like you need to get me on this. So I'm like, well, listen, like to the show. Then you gotta like pay to advertise.
No, dog, it's like that's how black business died, Joe. No, it'd be crazy to me, man. I help every single person. If you in trouble, I ain't gonna wake up and cook. Now, you act up, I'm gonna cook you. But if you wake up and you in trouble, the first place everybody wanna come, Maze, I need you to come on and tell the black people that I ain't do it. I'd be like,
I was like, he only said, I was like, I'm not saying the prices, but I overheard something him say about $50 a spot.
$50 a spot.
At least. I think that's pretty fair. She's like, man, you can't just slide.
That's
for 50.
But see why I'm quitting? See why I'm quitting? Right, I told you, this is not a business. This is truly a hobby. Like, I get up every morning at 4 o'clock for a hobby.
For 50. I was so appalled. Like, you really, and then they want like an interview. They want, I said, and you saying no to 50 is crazy. I was like, she was like, man, you can go ahead and, talk to us. I was like, listen, I'm going to tell you're going to be.
Hey, man, it's like when I worked at, I told y'all, man, I told y'all, black business, like, this platform is the example of why black businesses do not thrive. We survive. We scrape, we scrounge, because I'm telling you, black folks will come in and ask me all day to come do it, and I'll be like, fam, what you got? But if you selling something and you want to come give it to me for free, but then you go down to GCI and be like, hey, I'd like to buy it. And our audience will support you. So, yeah, I'm through with that. I know I'm generous, Jerome, because I love black people. I do. I really do. And that's why I got to get out of here because, brothers will take advantage. They be like, if I just holler at Mays, I tell them a story, I'm going to be like, they did what? Get in here. We got to talk about it.
Yeah, they ain't.
It's okay, though. It's okay. Y'all going to miss me when I'm gone. Hold on, though. Might be some other young brothers y'all could take advantage of. I'm just telling you. Because hey, man, I will tell you, though. I have talked to some of the young brothers. I had to listen to Neil. Because she said it's a thriving young black community in Chicago. So I was talking to one of the young brothers that's in the studio today. And way different perspective. Way different perspective. You know what? I feel like I've been dated in this business and I look at it as half empty. I think we got some young brothers that probably think of it as half full. And are reaping the benefits of some of the things that we don't see. So we're going to talk to them a little bit later. But y'all, this is the Mace Jackson Show. I'm your host, Mace Jackson. Got my man, DJ Riis, the ruler. So today we're going to talk about the mayor's race, the money game, who's in the lead, who's behind, who has a chance to come up. I'm going to tell you, I'll talk about it a little bit later because I'll be done messed up and spent the whole show we'll do the whole show in the first part of the day. But it is showtime. I turned on the news last night. I feel like they put Willie Wilson commercials 3 back to back to back. I woke up, I was like, I'm Willie Wilson. Then it was another one, Dr. Willie Wilson. And then he said, Roo! I woke up to the police sirens. It was crime. I was like, Dr. Wilson is straight up on this police stuff. I said, you got something for the black people? He said, Dr. Jackson, crime. I was like, all right. Doc, I ain't going to trip on you. I'm going to do my thing. All right, so, I do think Brandon Johnson is creeping on a come up. That's a reference from Bone. Who did Creeping on the Come Up? Bone Thugs and Harmony? Somebody did that back in the day, but I do feel like there is a creeping on the come up. I learned a new word yesterday watching City Council. Or I learned a new term. Because Chicago is going to be the ultimate sanctuary city. Quite as a matter of fact, I believe that Chicago is about to be the California of the Midwest. I got to stop banging this table because I'll be messing up y'all connection. I'm sorry, my bad. But have y'all heard of the term medical refugees? Have you heard of that? Yesterday, I learned a new term watching City Council that Chicago and Illinois is a destination for medical refugees. Do you know what that is? Medical refugee is a person that is fleeing their state, not their country, their state, because of abortion or because of gender-affirming medical treatment or lack thereof, or being persecuted for it. I was like, good Lord, I am old. I remember when you just ran from racism. We all have medical This is going to be the sanctuary city of everything for everybody everywhere. And I keep saying, like, as we keep adding to this list, what's in it for the black people? What's our cut? How does this work for us? But I was watching Chicago Tonight yesterday, and they had I'm trying to get the pronouns right. Bear with me, I'm 50-some years old, so I'm still trying to work through this. They had a them on the news yesterday explaining to us what gender... Okay, y'all over here laughing at me. I got an in-studio audience. They laughing at me. I'm saying them. Now see, and I actually, I'm gonna be honest with you, I was like them because I was like, babe, and she was like, don't even start. I'm saying I just got questions, and it ain't even nobody I could ask a question to, cause I was like, now wait a minute, cause dude came on, he was like, what? It was like dude came on the joint, and he had the locks, he had some glasses, and then his voice was about as high as mine, and I was like, uh-oh. And then I learned that there was a whole bunch of stuff going on. And then he hyped up the medical refugees. Now, you know me, right? My premise is, if you black first, I don't care about nothing else that goes behind it. So if you black, you LGBT, you black and you mad, you black and you whatever other stuff you got, if you put the black first, I'm with you. I'm not saying you could be at the meetings, you could do whatever. We'll figure it out. You get your issues together. But it was pretty odd to me that every time we talk about these things, it be the white folks that benefit, but when it's time to put somebody on front, it's usually somebody black, right? Because you know, if I would have woke up yesterday and it would have been them, again, them, please get me right, I'd have been like, "This, what this got to do with us?" But I learned a lot yesterday. So, medical refugees, that is now going to be added to the list. Sanctuary City. Hey, Riis, I see you. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you supporting the platform. Shout out to my dog, Jerome. I know we the best. I said that the other day. You know, we said we was the best after we went to the push breakfast. And I was looking at the line. And can I just tell you one more thing? Hey, Riis. So, I was looking through I'm scrolling through the timelines. I'm looking at all the pictures. It be your own people, Riis. How Carrie got the other people as the first picture on her group? I was like, wait, you put the first picture? You standing there with dude who was flagging people down. Give me an interview. We got a line. I'm like, everybody wait because my baby's here. I go on Facebook and she got standing up there with dude. You know when you be putting all the pictures. Right, can I be honest with you though? Look, Joe, if I open up the pictures and the pictures ain't in order, I'd be like, open it up, delete, start again, put them in there again.
Oh, that's you. Yeah.
No, dog. No. Oh, no.
My mama did that too. She wanted to do like a birthday thing for like my grandma, but she wanted each picture to like in a certain order. And then she kept, it took about 7 times. She was like, well, until I get the right order I want, then.
Man, cuz I was clicking through, and I was like, I was the last picture?
She say the best for last.
You don't see it, though. You can't see it. And it'd be like 1, 2, 3. It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, like plus 32. Right. And I'm in the plus 32.
Man, you gotta stroll for beauty, man. You know what I'm saying? They can't just be right there giving up, man. Oh, man. She wanted them to see if you saw her. So they be like, I ain't see Maze there. Aha, you didn't look at all my pictures. See how she was thinking?
But no, see spinster. Look, I'm telling y'all, when this is over, holla at Riis. I'm telling y'all campaigns all y'all campaigns that be in trouble, y'all need to holla at Riis, because Riis will spend anything, dog. Riis be like, no, you don't understand. I be like, Riis, for real. He be like, no, really, I'm dead. And look at you dead with a straight face.
That's how you gotta do it, man. So she was just making sure. She was like, I'm gonna say him for last, because of course he's the best. And
after you scroll through 75,000 pictures, I'll be down at the bottom.
Still the best one. And now everybody be like, well, why you got his picture last? Be like, boom, see? But you went all the way down there. See, I got you there.
Look, Riis saved you. He gave you a pass. See, look, Riis, you got to watch Riis to spin my side. All right, y'all. This is the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to finish the headlines, plus get into the social media question of the day, and we're going to welcome the Saints from WBGX. So, look, y'all, this is the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. I'm my man, DJ Riis the Ruler. We'll be back after these messages.
The Maze Jackson Show. We'll be back after this break. Maze Jackson.
Tune in to the Maze Jackson Show every day, Monday through Friday from 6 to 9 a.m., where you can catch us on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and Facebook Live. Plus, From 6:30 to 8, you can get us on WBGX 1570 AM. That's right, it's the Mays Jackson Show, where every single day we ask the question, what's in it for the black people? And if you don't like it, you can still tell them, Mays said. We out of here. Peace.
Elect Willie Wilson for mayor of Chicago. Crime is out of control. Parents are frightened for their children. Downtown and our neighborhoods are at risk. Even gas stations are targets. We will fight back to protect our community. Elect Willie Wilson for mayor.
Disney on Ice presents Frozen and Encanto in one exciting family experience. Sing along with Anna and Elsa in wintry Arendelle. And celebrate the power of love. Y Familia with Mirabel and Bruno. In the show everyone will be talking about. Live in your hometown. Playing Chicagoland from January 19th through February 5th. Free parking with ticket purchase. Visit DisneyOnIce.com today.
And now, traffic and weather.
Yo, who said devotion had to be sad? Yo, check this out. The Lord is my shepherd, and I want. He's making me to lie down in green pastures. He leading me beside the still waters. He restored my soul. God's gonna turn it around.
Come all the way with me. Don't leave me now. Come all the way with me. Oh, please. Please.
Good morning. What's in it for the Black People Media family? The time is now 6:42 a.m. I'm Riis, the ruler, with your Chicagoland area sports traffic and weather update. As we head over to sports, the Chicago Bulls will be in action today at 2 p.m. in Paris, taking on the Pistons on the NBA TV. Let's head over to traffic now. On the Kennedy, overhead to the Loop will be 24 minutes. Outbound will be 18 on the Edens. From Deerfield to the Exchange and back will be 28 minutes, while the Eisenhower is 37 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, 27 minutes back out to Thorndale. On the Stevenson from I-355 to the Dan Ryan will be 41 minutes. Outbound will be 30. The Bishop Ford from I-80 to the Dan Ryan, 43 minutes. 30 minutes to I-80, while the Dan Ryan is 17 minutes to the Loop, 12 minutes to 95th. On DuSable Drive, north and south, everything is locked in at 8 minutes. Today's weather, it is currently 40 degrees and cloudy. Today will be a high of 43 with a low of 35. Expect flurries of snow from 12 to 12. I'm Riis, the ruler. Happy Thursday here on The Mays Jackson Show.
Have mercy over our home, Lord. Have mercy. Have mercy.
You are listening to the Mays Jackson Show. I'm your host, Mays Jackson. Got my man DJ Riis, the rule on the ones and twos. Plus, I got 2 in-studio guests. They watching me, man. They got me under pressure, man. Got me over there sitting in the corner taking notes. They trying to take my spot. Look, I feel like Eddie Kane Jr. You ain't gonna get it, Flash. No, I'm just joking, man. We got to reload, man. So I you know what, man? When people talk about really looking and trying to explore, I think the best way to find out, I always tell people, I got my best experience not from the stuff that I got paid for, but from the things that I was passionate about. And when you find things that you are passionate about, right? That's why I get up at 4 o'clock every morning with no pay. Because when you find something that you're passionate about, then it doesn't feel like work. So I'm always happy to pour into young people. All I tell y'all is when y'all get famous, I just want tickets. Just give me some tickets. That's all I want to do. Don't be like, man, we doing the podcast live from Madison Square Garden. And I'm like, hey, y'all, can I get some tickets, please? You're supposed to just call me up and say, yo, I got you some tickets, Maze. You get your plane. You get super dope. Y'all fly me out, right? You fly me out, you be like, whatever. All right, y'all, it's the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my man, DJ Riis, the ruler. And before we went to break, I was on my headline, so let's get through some of the rest of this. Did y'all see? Okay, so it's always 2 Dr. King breakfasts, right? It's the city's version that the mayor throws, because, well, I'm going to go into that story. The mayor's version, and then there's the King version. Well, the mayor's version last week, I don't know if you remember Congressman Benny Thompson from Mississippi. He was the brother who led the January 6th commission hearings. Hey, fam, he kind of ticked me off, though. I was going back reading some of the notes from his speech, and he called us charlatans. He said, all of these charlatans out here proclaiming Dr. King's message, but not welcoming the immigrants, immigrants. They're not welcoming them to the city of Chicago are charlatans. I was like, Femo, you probably ain't listening to all the Dr. King speeches. Because Dr. King was kind of like, hold on. He talked about the immigrants, and he talked about how the United States created a path. He talked about how they gave them free land, created land-grant colleges, gave them interest-free loans to give them the sound familiar? Sound familiar? And so it bothers me when brothers come from out of state and come in here messing in our business. Ain't nobody shipping no migrants to Mississippi. Now, what's going to happen in Jackson when they start shipping busloads of people to Jackson, Mississippi, and they can't even get no fresh water? Fam, go back to Mississippi and worry about your water. That's what you do. Don't come up here telling us who gets to move into our neighborhoods, because, again, if we live in under-resourced neighborhoods, which we're pretty clear about, and then you telling me that we're going to take out loans, we're going to be bringing money in to support people who are being imported into a neighborhood that is already starved for resources, and then you going to come get off the plane and come to our joint telling us calling us charlatans? Y'all lucky the Saints listening, because I'd be cursing. Anyway, let me say this, y'all. What's up to everybody from WBGX 1570 AM? Everybody tuned in on the Big Gospel Express. You can catch us every day, Monday through Friday, 6:30 to 8. That's where our Saints tune in. Shout out to the Saints, all the church-going people who listen to the Big Gospel Express and wake up every morning to tune in to the Maze Jackson Show. We want to thank you. Now, you can catch us every day there, 6:30 to 8 a.m., WBGX, or you could do like Sister Zakia does, because Sister Zakia listens from 6. She listens at 6 o'clock. Big John does the same thing. Big John Austin and Sister Zakia, they listen from 6 to 6:30 on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. Then they go to the radio, because my elders love the radio. Then they jump back, and Sister Zakia say, Mace, I had to get off my tune-in app because I had to come here and talk about this stuff that was happening. So at 8 o'clock, then you get off, and then you go to watch us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Now, that's for our Saints. But if you are one of the sinners or early rising saint, you can get us every day, Monday through Friday, 6 to 9 on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. That's right, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Every day, Monday through Friday. 6 to 9. That's right, y'all. It's the Maze Jackson Show. And the phone lines are open. So give us a call at 872-259-7474. 872-259-7474. Y'all, this is the Maze Jackson Show. Did y'all see the story about what's going on in Little Velita and back of the yards, y'all? First of all, yesterday, did you see the story about the family waiting at the bus stop? And the guys rolled up on them and just pulled up, father, son, and big brother, the boy with special needs. Yo, cuz they shot 40 shots. 40. Standing on the bus stop, waiting for the school bus, and they said that the guys just got out the car, walked up, and just started shooting. Shot the special needs kid, and then they said it was a case of mistaken identity. You know, when you standing outside, I know we don't be paying attention, but like when you be over in Little Velita and back of the yards, they got a whole little thing going on over there. You see they jacking they robbing people on the corn dude. Now, if we rob the corn dude that's over on O Block, we'll be in all types of trouble. And I do want to point out that the people who are now out there calling in back of the yards in Little Velita that are calling for more police are the same people that told us after Lil Homicide got busted that they was like, the police don't run nothing. We don't want the police over here. Now everybody want police protection. Because the corn stores are getting right. The corn guys. And then they went into a tire shop the other day. Yo, it's crazy. It's crazy out here. But the fact that a 15-year-old was waiting, special needs, was waiting for the bus. Hey, don't be telling me about black on black crime. Y'all better start. Hey, man, we shrinking. Y'all ain't nobody talking about the cartels. I'm going to stop. I don't even want no problems. So I'm going to let it go. But y'all should check out that story. 15-year-old standing on the bus stop with his dad and his older brother, completely ungang affiliated, but got 40 shots. 40. That's a lot, cuz. And now my other question is, where did the rest of the bullets go if they didn't hit the dude 40 times? What happened? Did y'all watch City Council yesterday? That mayor y'all, boy. That mayor y'all's, she slick with it, Joe. So y'all remember how everybody was hot, all fired up because they was getting 12 weeks off? Now, you know I'm an employer, so I feel a way about people getting 12 weeks off. You going to have a baby, you need a better plan. I know. Remember, I'm a capitalist pig, so I come from an old school. You got 6 weeks. Just think about the sisters had to go. Like you was back in the day, you had the baby in the field, and they made you go back to work. Now we getting 12 weeks off. Well, all the city people thought they was getting 12 weeks off, and she was like, CTU, you will not be getting 12 weeks off. And then they sent a letter and brought a petition with 3,000 signatures saying, Mayor, you need to give CTU the same thing. She said, I don't have no control over CPS. You appointed all the people on the board. But it's crazy because now she like, what? Y'all want to talk crazy? So this is the lesson about talking crazy and talking greasy to people. You got to make sure you got all your sign-offs first. Because if you don't get your sign-offs first, then they be like, I don't know what you're talking about. So now CTU, in the midst of a race, thought they was going to be left. You think I'm giving you 12 weeks off and you talking smack about me? You trying to take me out? You got your man in the race and you think you getting 12 weeks from me? Nah, dog, y'all going to go to work. Tell your man to get it for you. That's what I would have said. And the mayor did the same thing. Y'all mayor is just, woo. She's special, dog. She is special. And then I don't know if y'all saw she walked up on Derek Curtis yesterday. You want to get in the paper and talk about I'll call you. Dog, she came down after city council, walked over to the man's chair, and was like, so you been telling people I ain't call you?
So you snitching, huh?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I want it to be a public record that I want it to be public record right here. I'll be like, I just got to say this, man. The mayor is what? 4'10"? Is she 5 feet? I don't think she's 5 feet. She walked up on her brother, Joe. Now, I would have not walked up on him just because he got an itchy trigger finger. I wouldn't have walked up on him just because of that. However, how you gonna walk up on the man? I be feeling like when somebody are you trying to punk the man in public? That's not cool. That's just not cool.
You're a snitch, huh? Okay.
First of all, he ain't a snitch. She didn't give him a commit. Dog, the man vote. Like if the mayor said,
why you ain't come to me, huh?
Fam, I did come to you. I come to you every day. Okay, so Riis, this I told you. It's just like, so this, I'm telling you how black people will do you. I need you every day when I ain't got nothing to give you. And I take everything you got. Then when it was like 3 committees that opened up. The man has voted yes for everything in the whole entire world. He like, you mean you ain't never even, I can't get no committee? I can't get no call? It's one of those things where people, when they need you, they'll use the hell out of you. But then they don't think about you when they got money or they got capital. And my thing, and Fran Spielman was bogus, right? And I probably messed up last week when I reported the story off the headline. But you got to think about it. Like, the headline was so salacious, I couldn't. Alderman backs off a mayor because she didn't call him when he got shot. No. He backed off the mayor because she didn't give him a committee. And then when I'm talking to you, I start giving you examples, and you make the example the lead of the story instead of the real story, which is Derek Curtis, who has been one of the mayor's most loyal supporters, has not gotten a committee in spite of anything, and she is offering the ops committees. Now, the thing is, she probably felt like, I got him, so I don't need to do nothing for him. But that's how I be telling y'all about y'all votes. We don't get anything because we just 100% be like, it's Democrat, right? And so they know if I put a D up in front of black folks, I don't got to say nothing else. Nothing. That's why Riis Boy lost. Well, that ain't why Riis Boy lost for governor, but because he wore the slave cow outfit. I told you, man. Yeah, see? Riis
it wasn't because
no, because he put on the slave outfit.
It wasn't because JB and them endorsed the other guy for $30 million. It wasn't
that helped. Okay, all right. That helped. But no, dog. When they tell the black dude, okay, we gonna give you $52 million, but you gotta put on this slave outfit. You gotta, and then you gotta have your mama on the couch. Then when they come, we gotta show you running through the fields. Black people's like, no, I can't go for that. I can't go for that. But I feel like we always we don't understand leverage. And so if you want to see leverage in full, look at what the Freedom Caucus did to Kevin McCarthy. And now they got him by the short hairs with just 6 votes they needed? They held out with 6 votes, and now they shaking the whole world. We got to learn to, like, at least play poker, y'all. Like, I don't know who I'm voting for. We be like, who's a Democrat? Well, everybody's the Democrat. And this is a nonpartisan election. So I just need for y'all to understand, man, we got to start learning the game of leverage. If you give it up on the first date, what's the matter? If you give it up on the first date, that's just my expectation. Like, hey, restaurant, man, we going to and we ain't even going to the hotel. We going to the crib. Nope. Man, you better get you some Italian Fiesta and get ready. Black folks, you got to do better, man. You got to leverage. You can't be I told y'all. There's people when you go out, you got to go to the restaurant. You got to get a bottle of champagne. You got to you know when you go to the restaurant and they got all them glasses on the table and it's 50 different glasses, they be like, "Would you like wine?" Wine, I'll take some of that. Would you care for an appetizer? I care for 3, please. And for your main course, I'd like all 5 courses. And then when I leave, I'll decide if possibly we gonna go back to the room. We be like, you got a 6-pack? Let's go. We got to do better, y'all. We got to do better than this. But leverage, we got to understand leverage. And the issue with Derek Curtis was not about she didn't call him about this. You ain't got to never call me, pay me. Give me what's mine and I'll worry about myself. You ain't never got to do that. So I just want y'all to not, because I think when I reported that story, and then I had the opportunity to talk to Alderman Curtis, he was like, Alderman Curtis is a cool dude. So he gon', if you talk to him, he gonna tell you a bunch of different stories, like all the stuff that happened. Fran Spielman, trying to keep her spot, so she trying to stay in with the young whippersnappers. So she got to make y'all read the paper. She got to get you some clickbait. So just pay attention to that. We got to start looking at those Sun-Times stories through a different lens. Because, for so many years, we considered the Sun-Times. This is one of those things, Riis, where for all my life, the Sun-Times was the black people paper. Right? And so we kind of trusted. But now it has kind of a different spin to it. And now you see as everybody, as the older writers who were like, you know, the journalists, now they trying to keep up with the social media. They trying to get their stuff shared. So the share is much better when it's, he not talking to me because she ain't call me when he got shot. We have to understand when we are being leveraged for or against our own self-interest. And so before we jump off the cliff, let's start looking through the lines. That's part of the reason we go through the papers on a regular basis. Did you see y'all heard about this New Mexico shooter? That's crazy. So, hey man, in New Mexico, dude runs for the state house, loses, says it was a fake election, said it was fake results. You know what he did? He paid some guys to go shoot up, to spray the homes of Democratic leaders. So, you know, he probably went and found some people. Look, I'm going to stop again because I'm going to be getting letters. But I did think it was crazy that somebody would be, that he was so upset that he lost that he had people shooting up. He went to have people shoot up the houses. That was interesting. Shout out to, give me a big round of applause for a brother Wes Moore. Who is the first black governor of the state of Maryland, right? It took a long time, but shout out to Wes Moore. Riis, that's one of y'all boys too. I seen all the alphas like, look, we got a spot. We got another one. Anyway, shout out to Wes Moore, even though he made the run for fraternal choice. I ain't gonna trip on him. You know it's love between the Divine Nine. I gotta give you a little business. I know he probably, I bet when he needs some real answers, though, he got to call a Sigma up and be like, I really can't figure out this math problem. Can someone give me a Sigma? Because you know we the greatest. I got to tell you that. All right, JB, dang, I hope I didn't, I think I might have lost it. JB Pritzker, if anybody is in doubt, JB is clearly running for president. Clearly. And I'm going to tell you this. Y'all might think I'm crazy, but JB and Gavin Newsom are pumping this Joe Biden story. The Joe Biden with the paperwork. Because, hey, man, you know when you want the old man to get out the way, but you can't really say nothing. So then you be telling everybody else, hey, did you see when he did that? Did you see when he did this? So Joe Biden, I think they trying to set Joe Biden up to give him the old man walkout, right? Like Joe gonna say, I ain't ready for none of this. Anyway, I still think it should be an age limit. Cause did y'all see Joe Biden at Ebenezer Baptist Church with Raphael Warnock? That video is ridiculous. I might have to pull that up. He looked like, who dropped me off with all these black people without an escort? Do I know? I mean, then he got on stage and lied, talking about he always been there. You don't remember when Joe Biden used to be like, I don't want them Negroes nowhere around me. Lock them up. Now he on the pay. He is at Dr. King's church with Raphael Warnock. And I keep telling you, he looked like one of them white dudes that was throwing rocks at Dr. King when he came to town. Riis, I'm telling you, I walk through Chicago every day. And if you 70 plus and you white, I was like, you was probably throwing rocks. I'm just saying. You don't think Joe, come on now. Y'all look at Joe Biden. You know, in 1952, 55, Joe Biden was like, get him around here.
You already know ever since I read the article where he said that he don't want his daughter to go to school with monkeys. You know.
When do you get to stop being a racist? Like, what is the racist? How do you get absolved for your racism? Like, do you ever have to ask for forgiveness, or you just be like, I'm not a racist no more? I ain't tripping, cause ain't nobody gonna say who started the Ku Klux Klan, but I'm gonna let all of that go. I just feel like we need some atonement in this joint, because everybody just be like, who? It wasn't me. And because it didn't happen before social media, but social media is a beast, because you know somebody will go find a video on your butt. But you know black people be like, I don't care about that video. Is he a Democrat?
He a Democrat?
Democrat.
I'm voting.
He called me a monkey.
The other guy, Republican?
Yep.
And he said he gonna give us stuff. Nah, I'm good.
Wait, you mean we want to demand something for our vote? Man, you better get up out of here talking about this demand for our vote. we vote Democrat. And quite frankly, I mean, I think having gone to a Republican meeting, I have, I'm not gonna lie, it is tough to sit through some of them meetings. I'd be like, I'm sitting right here, right? I'm right here. They be like, and these people, but I'm telling you, the black people that be at the Republican meetings, they be like, yep, these people. You ever met a black Republican? Like a real black Republican? Like a Stephanie Trussell black Republican? They don't like black people too much neither. They really don't. They be like, y'all are the reason we are where we are. So it's just we in a conundrum, Joe. It just be crazy to me because I be like, I told you in politics, you don't have to pick between right and wrong. Sometimes it's wrong and wronger. And you just be like, who gonna hurt us the less? But I do think we've got to really start talking about leverage. And then I think the last one, Bank of America. Anybody here bank at Bank of America? Man, Muggs woke up yesterday. They accounts was short. They was like, hold on.
Let me borrow something real quick.
But this is my thing. Does anybody balance their bank account anymore? Like I remember when you just look at the statement and when you push the button and you get your ATM, you be like, how much I got in there? Right? You don't be like.
Nah, I look and see if I spend something like stuff add up. Yeah, I look.
My problem is I don't look to the end of the month. And then I be mad, right? Because I be like, dag nabbit. But no, yesterday, this is what happened though. So Bank of America said we really didn't mess up. Just all that Zelle stuff y'all was doing, we waited 3 days. Right? So we didn't do the Zelle transfers over the weekend. We did them on Tuesday or whatever because of a glitch. When they say glitch now though, that means they got hacked. So anyway, somebody moved the money around. But my thing is, and think about this. Could you imagine going to Portillo's? Could you imagine going to Portillo's after if you went to Bank of America and they was like, I would like a hot dog, fries, and they was like, I'm sorry, we only take ATMs now. We only take cards. And your card is short and you got cash and they like, sorry, your cash is no good here. It's too much going on, man. It's just too much going on in this world that I'm not there. And I think we got to just really start to be vigilant. I remember when I was a kid, they talked about a cashless society, and I just could not fathom it. I remember when they said you're going to be able to buy stuff with your phone, and you're going to be able to walk up and buy stuff with your phone. I was like, they lying. The world has changed so much, but I do think, man, we got to really start to be more vigilant because I think we are so reliant on computers and all of this stuff and electronics. Dog, y'all realize if they could, like, what happened if somebody just hack your account? Hack Chase Bank. And they just take all the money, they just erase it. You got to start from Zippo. I think there's got to be a backup, Joe. There's just got to be a backup.
Insurance for that, though.
Until they don't. Did Bernie Madoff in this month?
They would have to, like, really. It's insurance plans for that. You know that, right?
It's insurance until it ain't.
But that's what I'm saying. So they don't have to wipe out one bank. It had to be a series.
Okay. What happened with Bernie Madoff? And then do y'all remember when AIG, which was the biggest insurer of the country, and all of them people, and they had to give the money, they had to give the money to the banks because they had jagged it all. And they was like, the whole country is going to fall off. Remember when Obama was coming in? And they was like, then they had to bring in the Treasury Secretary, and I can't even remember the redhead dude, but he came in and he was like, okay, we keeping you, we firing you, you gonna live, you gonna die, this one gotta go away, and they reset the whole financial world. I ain't know what was going on. I just was like, do my ATM card work? I ain't understand none of it. But when I'm watching this Bernie Madoff thing on Netflix, and Joe, don't tell me what can't happen. Okay. What happened when the computer? They ain't gonna never stop all the airlines.
See, but I would never say that though.
I'm saying the people that's rich. I bet the people that was rich didn't miss a flight. The rest of us, we was all like, everybody else like, I'll go private. Nah, cuz I don't trust all this cryptocurrency. How many of y'all was with FTX? Right now they don't even know what they're gonna do with the stadium in Miami. They gotta scrape all the stuff off. They gotta change all the shirts, right? They gotta change. Okay, I'm not for none of this newfangled money stuff. I just want cash and gold. Give me cash and gold, and I'll be straight. And matter of fact, you can start to keep your paper cash. Just give me gold. So I'm trying to start to back it up, cause somewhere in the world. But then where you gonna take the gold when you got the? That's why I had to buy an assault rifle. So then when I get my gold in my house, that you can't be coming in the joint. I'm going to come through that door. I got something for you. Riis, I'm going to tell you, man, I think we coming close. I think there's going to be a day somewhere in our lifetime when somebody's going to go to the bank and that sucker ain't going to work. You going to tap, that bad boy going to be like, I'm sorry, the banks are closed. And keep on messing with Vladimir Putin. I'm telling you, Vladimir shut down the damn airlines.
But you'll get your money back, though.
Oh God,
you'll get your money back.
Okay.
If they rob the bank, give it about 5 business days at the most. The government will issue it back to you. If it's something like that, the way that the world is run off technology now. So if if they had robbed everybody from Bank of America, then they will give them back, of course. What they gonna say? Oh, it's gone.
What you gonna do?
It will probably be a lawsuit, and then
y'all don't remember Occupy? You don't remember the Occupy movement? Hey, Joe, I'm telling you, they be showing you what's gonna happen.
It's different today, man.
I know it's different. I know I could go to the bank and get my okay. All right, I'm through. I know I'm an old man. I'm gonna let y'all young people have it. I'll be like, just give me mine in cash. Just give me mine in cash. All right, y'all, this is the Mays Jackson Show. It's about 7 o'clock, a little bit after 7, so we're going to take a quick break. And then when we come back, we're going to hit the social media question of the day. Plus, we'll talk about the mayor's money game. Who's got the bag? How much of the bag do you need? The mayor spent $3 million, Joe, already. She only raised $1 million. $1.5 million, I think it was. But she spent $3 million. But she's got 1.4 on hand. People are saying that she won't have the money to stay on TV. She'll have the money to stay on TV. It might just not be with the same frequency. I learned a lot during this last election cycle about TV, etc. And I think the mayor is probably going to not be able to run 2-track, positive and negative, because she's trying to take Chewy down. But I really think she need to be trying to knock Paul Vallis down, which is what the news is saying she's been trying to do. But I don't think she's got the money to take on all the people that she needs to. All right, and I want to advise Willie Wilson, man, bro, you need a super PAC, cuz. Because you said you wasn't Dr. Jackson. The Lord is going to do what the Lord say we're going to do. I say, I trust in the Lord, but I like a little insurance, right? It's a lot of things that need to happen in this space. But we'll talk about it all when we come back. Look, y'all, it's the Mays Jackson Show. I'm your host, Mays Jackson. I'm my man, DJ Riis the Ruler. We'll be back after these messages.
The Mays Jackson Show. We'll be back after this break.
Do you want to send your child to the best fit private school but don't have the financial resources? Apply for the Illinois Tax Credit Scholarship Program. It has provided over 37,000 scholarships worth $300 million. The application opens online Wednesday, January 18th at 6:30 p.m. and submissions begin at 7 p.m. Scholarships are first come, first served for families who qualify, so apply as soon as possible. For more information, call 1-800-616-7606 or visit www.empowerillinois.org. Empowering families, empower communities, empower Illinois.
Hey, Chicagoland, all roads lead to Solo Beauty Supply, the largest black-owned beauty supply in Chicago. We carry a large selection of natural hair care products, plus much more. So come see us at one of our two locations, located at 9011 South Ashland or 8158 South Cottage Grove. Our inventory is growing, and with your support, Solo Beauty will continue to be a source of pride in our community.
Steve Standing.
I've never been lucky at love, no never. I've never been good at holding on. A heart broken so many
to the Mays Jackson Show. You are listening to the most dangerous show. This is What's in It for the Black People Radio. Mays Jackson. Mays Jackson, the most vociferous advocate for black people in the world.
For the black people, cause economically we are not equal. Waking up to lies, can't toast no more. I told y'all, yeah, this a dangerous show. Don't go to church if you ain't trying to help us. Don't even try to be around and can't protect us. We see the lies, not other politicians. We need money and no symbolism. It's Mays and Riis and Ruthie and Ty, explaining how we all come from God, giving us tools to beat the odds. If we united, our movement gon' stop. If they ain't tryna help us, they ain't tryna do nothing. We gotta do something, we gotta stop running. It's time to confront the problem. Really, you expect your oppressed to solve wrong.
Wake up, Chicago! Wake up, world. This is the Mays Jackson Show. I'm your host, Mays Jackson. It's about 7:17 a.m. Y'all in the car yet? Y'all getting ready? Did I tell y'all yesterday we had a game? Hey, man, the time is winding down for my son and the Holy Trinity Tigers. But we got it in yesterday, man. We won. Riis, it was a tough one. We were supposed to be beating the Panthers. First of all, Riis, I got to tell you, I be feeling weird. So there's this thing that, we got to stop letting white people play basketball. We got to stop this. We got to stop letting white people play basketball. We got to get rid of Luka Doncic. We got to get rid of the Joker because the white guys don't have the same respect for us in all these spaces. I'm telling you, with this MMA stuff, the white guys be like, this is all this new world we live in. It used to be a time when white folks would come to the black gym and be intimidated. Now they be coming in the gym, Joe. They be like, I could shoot a 3. I could shoot. This all started with Eminem. I'm telling you. This all started with Eminem when y'all started telling people Eminem was the best rapper of all time. Come on, man. Black people can't be doing that. You cannot give away the title. We cannot export the title to another race. No. Luka. Come on, man. I come to the gym, man, yesterday. I come in the gym, we down by 4. I'm looking at the other team. You know, it used to be a time you look at the other team, you be like, oh, we got this. These chumps was shooting threes. And then they had the rowdy fans. And we gonna have to talk about this too. Cause you know, I'm from the old school, so it's our gym. We sit where we want to sit in our gym. I ain't no section. So we sat, I came in. We gonna sit where I like to sit, and so we sat in the middle of the visitor section. Riis, these kids. I was like, do you see me sitting here? First of all, somebody came in there smelling like every time it was a court like that, they would go to break. They would go outside and come back. And because I was sitting over there, everybody looking at me like, you out here with your cousin? I ain't got nothing to do with this. And I'm like, man, I smell. And we in high school. I'm in a high school gym, so I'm feeling the kind of way. People looking like, is that you? Dog, it ain't me. First of all, that would be my cousin, not me. But then, Riis, we got to talk about this respect that young people have for adults these days. Because it was the smell.
You got a lighter, big dog. That's what they going to tap you. Hey, big dog, you got a lighter.
I'm like, you see me sitting here? Like,
I mean, do you want to hit it or something? I need to use your lighter. Ain't that how they going to go?
I'm just not ready. I'm just not. Then it was like they was, we was talking, so you know me, I'm loud at the games. Anyway, we'll talk about this. But this respect young people don't have for adults these days, y'all gonna be mad in a minute. I was like, look, all right, that's okay though. We gonna talk about this because then, you know, they be like, they just kids. I'll be like, okay, well, then talk like a kid. You don't talk like an adult and then be mad when I get adultish on you, right? And you know, these young bucks be like, what you gonna do? What I'm gonna do? Okay, we're gonna talk about it in a minute though, because I be like, y'all, we not finna just be sitting here and y'all gonna just be talking. You gonna act like it's you see all this gray in my beard? I told you I'm okay with the kids cursing to they self.
My fault, Unc. My bad, Unc.
Something, give me something. I'll take that. Riis. So we're gonna talk about that a little bit later on too. We got some young people in here, so we're gonna have to talk to them about they oh God, Riis.
Nah, they look like they around my age, you know, man. We ain't cussing.
No, they not.
Cuss around adults.
Now I know these young people. We know they ain't cuss around young adults. I known these young people since they was knee high to a grasshopper. At least one of them. I remember when he used to come out. I ain't gonna go there. I ain't gonna even put you on blast. But it's the ones that grow up like straight L's. Cause you met one of them's mama on here and y'all was like, we got to have her back. That's right. We got Walter Burnett III sitting in the studio. They trying to take my spot. They trying to take me out, man. He done brought. Then he came with they got their organization. They putting their organization together. They like, see, they working on. They already making plans to take me out, dog. I could see it. They taking notes. They like, man, we could change the set. Look, they writing scripts. They like, and my commentaries go. I'm like, I ain't even gone yet. Dang. Anyway, I know they got home training, so I know I'm not worried about that. Like even at grown folks' age. They still like, it's the grown folks that be grown and they still show you grown folks respect. I respect that. But some of these kids, but it could be because they know, right? They know you and they be like, man, I'm going to call your daddy and tell him, you know what? But no, some kids be brought up. But these days when y'all let all these kids just do anything, you know what? I'm going to ask about this. I'm going to ask some questions a little bit later on. But anyway, y'all, it is the Mays Jackson Show. I'm your host, Mays Jackson. I got a little bit off. But Riis, a couple days ago, I was telling you how I was excited about what happened in Springfield. And I know that we tend to be hypercritical of our elected officials. But when I saw Speaker Welch put together his leadership team, and he put JGB as the head of the budget. He sent a big message. So there go the thing, Riis. Black people are usually taught when they get to the spot to do things to make sure that the white people don't be mad. And the speaker was like, nah, we giving the budget to the sister. Then he put Cam. I keep telling you, I don't even want Cam to be. I'm not hating on Cam being the mayor, but I can't wait for Cam, the 350-pound former defensive lineman for the great University of Illinois, and I can't call him a henchman because that's bad in politics. But he like a majority whip. You know what that means, right? When the speakers say, sometimes the white guys get out of pocket. They be talking greasy. And when people, you got a suit on and people want to test you. And the guy come and he 350 pounds and what you say? You said something? You want to say it again? I can't wait to see the Springfield leadership team. Hey, speaking of Springfield leadership team, hey y'all, that 5th district is coming up. Got to apply the pressure. Told you, if I go to Springfield, I'm going to have to bring that bag back. And I will be a vociferous advocate for the black self-interest. We need to have people who are not afraid to fight for our issues. Because I keep telling you, like everybody, man, bro, we got to be in a space now that we are taking advantage of the opportunities. But as I talk about taking advantage of the opportunities, and I told you that Illinois is rapidly becoming the left, becoming California of the Midwest, man, we taking care of migrants from other countries. We are taking care of, we're taking care of, what did I say those people were? Migrant, what is it? Medical migrants? Medical refugees. Look at that. Medical refugees. See, I've been hanging out with my cousin too much. Medical refugees. We just passed some laws that made additional protections for abortion rights, etc. Like Riis, it seems like everybody. Then I saw Kelly Cassidy at the mayor's press conference at City Hall getting a high five because she passed new laws to protect we're expanding the groups that we are protecting, and I'm all good for that. I've decided that I'm not worried about what nobody else is getting. I ain't gonna be mad. Jay was saying, I don't care about what you do. I don't care about what you do. I'm about it for me. And I think we have got to now stop looking to the left and to the right and say what happened for them and what happened for them, and say this is what we want, and start to figure out what is it that black folks actually want. Because somebody pointed it out to me. It was like, so what you want out of Springfield? I was talking, y'all don't never do nothing we want. We ain't got nothing. Y'all giving $50 million to the migrants. Y'all just gave $1 million to... And somebody said to me, so what exactly did you ask for? I was like, damn. Right? And so, as I prepared to make my exodus from this space and return, I'm going to get my bag, y'all. I ain't going to even lie. I'm going to get my bag. Because y'all have a brother out here pulled in the mud. And I told you that we're going to need to have a black lobby. Like somebody, I want to be the lobbyist for the black community. Like I want y'all to hire me for $1. And then I'm saying, like, here's what I would do. I would seek to be the lobbyist. I know this is going to sound super crazy, but the lobbyist for the black community. One of the things that I tell you is that we have all of the people that win in Springfield have a consistent presence in Springfield. And they have people that are monitoring everything that happens. And when there's a budget, whenever it is, they like, yo, we need to be in that. We need to be in that. And they become institutions in Springfield. People like the Catholic Charities, the insurance industry, right? But what represents us? Like most of the black lobbyists in Springfield right now, and this is not shade because this is really in advance, are now starting to reap the benefit of the fact that we have a black speaker and black people in power so that they can get clients and jobs and be actually making some of the same money or close to them. They ain't gonna make the same money as the white folks. Let's just be clear, because no matter what y'all say, the white boys got way more to give. And so the black folks have not necessarily come together and said, okay, we're gonna make these black lobbyists super rich or super powerful. We're going to make sure that they get contracts. And I think we're seeing them do contracts. But Riis, you know how it go. I'm good for you to do good, but you what?
Not better than me.
Bingo. And so that is one of our biggest challenges in Springfield, is that people are happy to see white boys do well because you ain't got to never see the white, you ain't going to see the white boy kicking it. But they often are very much like, we want to help you, but you got enough. Right? And nobody says to the white guy that's making $300,000 a month, when the black dude makes $30,000 a month, they should be like, you should be happy with $30,000 a month. I am happy with $30,000 a month because that's more than most black people. But when you look at the scale in Springfield, the black people are still on the sliding scale. And so my thought was that I want to be hired by the black community to lobby in Springfield. I don't know how you get hired by the black community, but I want to get a contract, and I want to say for $1, I will represent black folks in Springfield, the black self-interest in Springfield. And we'll go to every committee meeting and everything and but demand that we get a piece. But realistically, a piece of what? So Riis, I am about ready for you to hit the button.
It's time for the social media question of the day.
What do black people really want from our local politicians? Sounds simple, right? But I'm not sure that it's ever really been truly articulated. I'm not sure that it's ever really been actually thought out, put on paper, some sort of agreement with tangibly with the black self-interest, and then presented and then worked in Springfield, right? Like, okay, and then when it's worked in Springfield, then at the end of the legislative session, we have a tool to measure by. I used to tell you, and I know he was indicted, and I don't know if he's gone for real or not, but Senator Sandoval used to always say, I want to pass one piece of legislation every year that benefits my community. He was speaking to the Latinos. Now, he took a cut off of that, right? But remember how I told you it's been 20 years? Could you imagine if every year we had one item that we were pushing collectively in Springfield that the Black Caucus needed to get this done for the black people? Because I even think about the pillars, you know, when they passed the 5 pillars or whatever, they did that in a vacuum, right? I don't know that it was a collaborative effort. I think it was them listening to pieces and parts of things that people said that they wanted to have happen. And then they did it, but they didn't do it in collaboration with black folks. They did it from the standpoint of, we know what's best for you. And so I think we spent a lot of political capital on things that probably did not advance us as much as they could have. Does that make sense? And so what I really want to get at, and I want y'all to give us a call, 872-259-7474, 872-259-7474. And it's going to be funny because we complain a lot. I talk a lot of smack. But somebody literally, I think my sister, being a hater, probably was like, have your demands been put on paper and given to the people in Springfield? Thanks, Tennille. I appreciate you. You just took the whole air out of my whole segment. But then I was mad that day when she did it. But then as I thought about it, right, I thought it was pretty logical. Because what's that they say about a closed mouth?
It don't get fed.
Right. And so if a closed mouth doesn't get fed, is it the expectation that people are supposed to guess? And if we haven't given them a list, then they say, okay, this is what I think is best. And so we wind up being in spaces where, whether it's bail reform, whether it's whatever it is, we'd be like, that's cool, but that ain't really what we asked for. But I want to know, what the hell did we ask for? I'm not exactly sure that we did. And so I'd like to give you a opportunity to give us a call, 872-259-7474. What do you want from your local black politician? What do you want as the outcome? Because I often see, like, the most vociferous black people in Springfield advocating for issues that white folks think are best for us, or advocating for issues that they think will be, like, think about cannabis. Somebody said with the cannabis issue, let's free all the guys, right? And that would be good enough. Somebody said when they opened up a multi-billion-dollar industry, ground floor, where it should have been an opportunity for everybody, right? Like, who sells weed better than black people? Not sure there is anybody, right? Without a standing facility. Could you imagine if black people had the ability to take all of the things that we learned in the underground? The best drug dealers are locked up. They create an industry that they lock them up for, and then when they write the law, we allow them to write our best. Imagine you got a basketball team, and we say you're going to start a league, and you can start the league, but you cannot bring Michael Jordan. You cannot mention LeBron James. You cannot mention any of the other. Your best players cannot play. But we're going to let everybody else in the game. Now, you could win the game if I let you bring Jordan, but I don't want you to bring them. So what I'm going to tell you is I'm going to give you the concessions. I'm not going to give you ownership, but I'm going to give you concessions. So you can sell the popcorn, you can sell the pop, and essentially, because I think we in the black community oftentimes spend our time against the least of those, because we all got a least of those, right? We all got somebody in our family that we know ain't clicking on 20 cylinders, on 10 cylinders, right? 12 is 2010, 12 cylinders. And so oftentimes, because we know we've been victims of laws, we don't advance. We get to even. Like, we get to the playing field, and we say, so we'll look at something and say, the answer for cannabis for us that was presented to us wasn't presented by the black community, because I'm going to tell you, if you would have talked to the dope dealers, they would have told you what we needed to have in the bills to be able to be successful in the space. All of the components, I told you when I went upstairs I went to GTI, biggest cannabis multi-state operator, and I'm sitting here looking at this book that they have written, a hardcover book to tell you how to smoke weed, telling you what keef is, telling you all these things that we all knew for 20-something plus years. And they done put it in a book and are now handing it to me to say, this is the industry, and we're going to do this, but in the meantime, we're going to free your guys. And we took all the guys got out. And so all the guys got out, and then they wrote laws to put them back, right? Because if you're still standing outside, if you're jamming at the joint, if you still got an outside shop, you still got a corner, you still can be locked up for this same thing. Meanwhile, they built a store on your block. And now 20% of the money that is being sold is now going to be used for enforcement. Remember how y'all got them PPP loans and everybody thought it was sweet? And you know how everybody is outside on the street right now popping it off because ain't nobody getting arrested for selling weed, blah, blah. Guess what's going to happen in like 5 years? All of them people will be in violation of the laws that we passed because we was happy to get people out of jail and get people to ground floor and not move them forward. So my question is, and see how the phone lines ring yet? Give us a call, 872-259-7474. Do you even know what you want out of Springfield, or are we just going to be mad? And you say, I think about my girl Tracy, who'd be like, you let the speaker come on here and say, watch me work. Well, he's working. The question now is, what do we want them to work for? And I think the silence on this issue is important because we leave it to our elected officials to tell us what's best for us, and then get mad when they do what's best, but without giving them a list of demands. And so it also creates a lack of accountability so that everybody comes back telling you what they did with our tax dollars as a win, as compared to saying, this is what you asked me for and this is what I delivered. Have we clearly articulated the things we want out of our elected officials, or do we just say Democrat and that's enough and then get mad because we didn't ask for anything? Right? Cannabis. Then we look at gaming, right? And, I talk to there's people who say, Mays, you talk about cannabis and gaming, because those are things that I know are look, y'all, we went from none, illegal operation to now one of the biggest funding sources in the state. Cannabis, $2 billion a year industry. Illinois is now the weed capital of the world, at least of the country. Right in Chicago, right? All of the biggest multi-state operators are home-based here. And guess what? When Viola tried to come here, they got boxed out. Tell me how the brothers got boxed out with the largest number of black elected officials in the country. Tell me how Al Harrington has built a company all around the country. We got black people from Chicago that can work everywhere else selling cannabis, and they can't sell it in Illinois. Tell me. How does that happen? Because we're not involved in the process. We're not integrally involved in it. We're not in the negotiations. And there has to be someone in Springfield that's like, yo. Hold on, cuz. All y'all are doing this because the white people told you that this would be a great press release. And yes, everybody is happy that their cousin got out. But how much better would you have felt if your cousin got out and the same thing that he got locked up for, right? He was now able to apply that trade because now it's legal. They said if you get the pardon, you can't participate except as an employee. We have to know better than that. Now, I'm not tripping because we weren't involved integrally in the negotiations, and even the people that were on point for the negotiations weren't necessarily cannabis experts. So in the same legislation that black folks wrote themselves out of and their families out of the cannabis industry, the lead sponsor on the other side built her family's new legacy on that, and she just told her to go open it up in another state. And my premise with all of this has to be, guys, that we have to be smarter now. We have to be smarter than mad. We have to be strategic. We now have to start to be able to say, okay, look, y'all, we know that we can't put the speaker on blast because he got to be able to control the budget. He got to get the votes of all them people. And then we have to look at the actions that he takes, and then we have to court and develop the relationships. Because if you MF everybody, why they gonna help you? You remember how somebody talked crazy to me, Greasy, yesterday? I was like, you can go find you something else to do. And then we wind up being almost in competition with our elected officials because now you done called them every name in the book because you ain't get something. And so now it's almost like you can't be involved in the conversation because we mad. And I think we've got to figure out a way to articulate what it is we want and bring them into the fold. Right now, I tell you all the time, our elected officials and our preachers think they are royalty. Why do they think they are royalty? Because they got the most juice. We got to hold them up. I'm not tripping on that, but when you think about that, Riis, it's also the reason that we don't have political power, because why would I give up my status as royalty so that somebody else can be able to dictate to me? And you know what they don't want? They'll take JB, white boys, anybody else can come tell you what they want. But what do they not? You, Mays, you cannot do better than us. But if we could do better, then guess what? Then you wouldn't be beholden to the white boys. Because if you made black folks wealthy and you wrote them into the wealth plan, not the social service plan, not saying that there's not a space for social service, but what happens in social service is they write social services and the white boys take full advantage of that. Then they write economic programs, and what happens? They told you we gave you yours in the social services, but the white people getting social services, it's like we can't have both and. It's like you get either or. And so now what we've got to start to do is be a lot more strategic and not be angry, but be strategic. I got a good friend of mine that always says, Mays, you can't just get mad. You got to get ahead. Don't get even, get ahead. And that is one of my biggest issues, because when I see it, I say it, and I say it in a way that probably does not encourage people to be helpful, but it's frustrating. And I think there's got to be a time when we level the playing field. Not level the playing field, but we bring all of our community into alignment. We don't have a natural order. And I tell you, when you go to Springfield, the white boys make the black people feel special. They be humble to them. They be like, yes, sir, Mr. Legislator. Yes, sir, Mr. This. And then the black people get in the cars and drive back to Chicago while the white boys get on private jets and fly to Aspen. Because they being strategic. They don't say nothing crazy. Guess what they say? Yes, sir. No, ma'am. They be kissing all type of butt. Guess what they be doing, though, Riis? passing their legislation, becoming wealthy, and then our guys come back to us and they be looking at us like, y'all don't want nothing because all y'all doing is complaining. And so we've got to figure out a way to articulate what we want. Anybody call me and tell me what they want to see? So, at the end of this legislative session, right, we're going to come back, and if we don't have articulated requests and demands to measure people against, guess what happens, cuz? We get nothing, and we be sitting here having a whole nother 4 years. And guess what Mays Jackson is about to do? Get off the hamster wheel. Because if you ain't going to tell me, if we not going to say what we want, and we just going to stay mad, and we're not going to recognize, cuz it ain't going to get sweeter than this for us in Springfield right now. And if we don't take advantage of it, right? My man wrote a law that said he's going to only be the spot for 10 years. 2 of them are gone. 2. And you know what happens after that speaker goes unless he changes the rules. I hope he does. All right, y'all. We'll talk about it some more. So since y'all don't want nothing, I'm going to make up the list. I'm going to bring it back, and then y'all get what I give you. It's the Mays Jackson Show. Look, y'all, we'll be back after these messages.
The Mays Jackson Show. We'll be back after this break. Mays Jackson.
Sometimes when you're very comfortable with white folks can convince you of how black people got it messed up. How we don't understand the real business. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I'm telling you, I've been there. So you sit around, you be around people, and they be like, man, they don't understand the complexity. If anybody understands the complexities of moving weed, it's black people. Like, I'll never forget when I went up to the white guys when they was trying to figure out how they was gonna navigate around us. And Riis, they had this whole book about cannabis, and they had written it in this nice, pretty book that was bound, and they passed it out, and it was like they were legitimizing. I was like, dog, this is literally a manual on how to sell weed. Didn't we invent 3 for 10?
Stop playing with me, Smokey.
And we're 0 out of 200 in the state of Illinois with the most black elected officials.
The most dangerous show in the morning.
Willie Wilson for mayor of Chicago. The violence in Chicago must stop. Willie Wilson pledges real action to do that. A revised police structure, 4 superintendents, more accessible to their neighborhoods, providing faster communication and concentration of resources. Willie Wilson pledges more integrated police patrols to increase community, confidence, and cooperation. Willie Wilson's pledge will make Chicago safer. Finally, Chicago, do it right. Willie Wilson for mayor.
Disney on Ice presents Frozen and Encanto in one exciting family experience. Sing along with Anna and Elsa in wintry Arendelle. And celebrate the power of love, Y Familia, with Mirabel and Bruno in the show everyone will be talking about, live in your hometown. Playing Chicagoland from January 19th through February 5th. Free parking with ticket purchase. Visit DisneyOnIce.com today.
The first day we met, a Thursday night at the club I'll never forget. Do you remember the words that I said? One night in my bed you'll never regret. And you, with your pretty brown eyes, I knew, baby, you would change my life. And you opened up my eyes to see I'm excited for our future, but I love our history. Let's throw back to the day that we first met. Let's throw back, I never will forget. Let's throw back sitting on the beach, playing Isley Brothers in between the sheets. And now we're taking flights from London to Belize, and we're popping bottles, endless shopping sprees. Still sexy as can be. I knew you're still the only one for me. Yeah, I'm feeling lucky as can be. I'm excited for our future, but I love our history. Yeah, to the day that we first met. Let's throw back. I really wanna know. Let's throw back. Let's go back. Let's throw back. Let's go. I wanna throw back. Oh, come on now. We were making love to the first time we let's reminisce of the whip. We were making love. Come on now. Let's throw back. Oh, all I wanna do is throw it back. That's all I wanna do. Come on now. Let's throw back, babe. I wanna throw back, babe. Let's throw back, everybody. Let's throw back. If you love somebody, let's throw back. Talk about the love. Let's throw back. Let's throw. I wanna throw back. Reminisce on how it used to be.
You are listening to the Maze Jackson Show. I'm your host, Maze Jackson. Got my man DJ Riis, the ruler. Y'all, look, it is 7:50. Dang! Time done ran off on me. I ain't been paying attention to my outline. Y'all done made me catch the black people Holy Ghost. I'm telling you, I can't wait, though. I can't wait. You know, I ask the Lord every day, if this cup could be passed from me, please pass. Because I'm tired, man. It's tough. It's tough fighting for your people because you see things differently. And I just got to tell you, black folks, that time at the Operation Push is the epitome of the story of the frog in the boiling pot of water. If you throw a frog in a boiling pot of the water and it's already boiling, the frog will jump straight out. You put it in a pot of water and you turn the heat up gradually till it's boiling, the frog will sit there and cook. And I think as you look around right now, that has been our situation. And I think we are down a path that we just gotta slow it down. All right, let me do this real quick. I want to move on to my next topic, which is the money game. Y'all know the money game, right? So politics, I always say that you gotta have the most important person that I learned this on the campaign when I was working on Pat Quinn's campaign. So I got hired as the field director, and I was like, man, I'm out in the streets. I got hundreds of people and da-da-da-da, and I would be all excited because, you know, my name is Maze Jackson. I'm the field director for the Pat Quinn for governor campaign, and I would be out meeting with people, talking with people. But when it was time to have the big meetings, I never got to go. Never got to go. It was people that would report to me, that was underneath me, but I didn't get to go to the meetings, and they would get to go to the meetings because they were on the finance team where I was on the field team. And I would challenge you to look at any political operation, almost any political operation. And I would challenge you that there are limited to no black finance people on campaigns. You get hired on a black campaign, your job will be field, you can be political, but you will not be in finance and fundraising. And I think that's important because that is where the voice really comes. Because if you don't have money, you can't really win a campaign. Now, yeah, there's aberrations. Yes, there's the stories of people that had $200 in their campaign and they caught fire, but that ain't really how it works, cuz. It's like, you know how you think people are overnight successes and you be like, man, they just came up, and then you look around and you find out they was working for the last 30 years. They're not an overnight success. You just heard about them overnight. But finance. Finance is one of the most important, it is the most important part of a campaign besides the candidate. But quite frankly, finance can cover up a bad candidate. You don't never got to see him. Just pay for TV, et cetera, et cetera. And the mayor's race is now, in my estimation, coming down to finance. Who will have, and what does finance do? It allows you the opportunity to get your message out. Whatever message it is that you choose to get out. Now, usually, if done properly, your messaging is tied to your polling, right? Your polling says, this is what you need to say to make people go your way. So but guess what? You can't even get that information if you ain't got no money. So think about how many black candidates start into any race with no money, no polling, and they go blind because they believe that the Spirit of God has told them that they need to do this. And then they tell you and they pray through it and they say, I ain't got no money, but I got the people. And I always say there's money power and there's people power. But if you ain't got no money, you probably ain't getting no people power. And now that we don't have political organizations that are built on jobs, contracts, and patronage, we now are in a place where if you don't have finances, you can't be considered viable. Oftentimes, y'all bring me candidates and say, Mays, we want to support these people. And you know what the first thing I do? I go to Illinois State Board of Elections, free game alert, Illinois State Board of Elections, and I look at their D2s. I go in, I do a committee search or a candidate search, and up will pop their organization. And then I will scroll down to D2s. Well, I look at D2s and A1s. D2s is your quarterly finance report. It tells me every bit of money that you've taken in, from who, and then every bit of money that you've spent with who, what, where, when, why, and how. And if I look at your D2, depending on the race that you're in, and you don't have a certain amount of money there, I don't consider you viable. Fair? That a fair? So if you want to run for mayor of the city of Chicago, you have to have at least $3 to $5 million, and that's on the low end. This is probably the cheapest mayor's race that we'll have seen in a while with this many candidates. And typically, Riis, the candidate with the biggest advantage is the incumbent mayor or the incumbent, because why? They have, you called in and got disconnected. Okay, we got to figure that out. Anyway, usually the candidates that have, let's back up. You need to have about $3 million in my estimation, or be able to access $3 million to be able to run for mayor of the city of Chicago. Because as much as people want to tell you it's door knocking and all of that stuff, if you're the mayor of the city of Chicago, you can't knock on every door. You have to rely on mass media. You have to rely on TV, really TV, which is the biggest driver, and it's broadcast TV, not cable TV. Broadcast if you're running citywide. Cable if you're running in an aldermanic race because you can buy it regionally. So if I look at your D2s and right now you ain't got $1 million in the race, if you ain't got $1 million in your account, I love you to death, but I'm really not counting you as viable. I'm not. And so right now what we are looking at, and that's not a diss to any candidate, it just is the reality that to talk to 2 million people, you're not knocking on 2 million doors with 40 days left. You're just not doing it. And so what you got to do is get in everybody's living room, and you got to be in their face, and you got to be there, and they have to start making judgments on you based on 15 seconds and 30-second commercials. And then it becomes the frequency. And then it becomes, now with 8 candidates in the race, how many times can you see my message more than theirs, and is my messaging effective? Right now, there are 4 candidates in the mayor's race that have over $1 million. First, there is Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who has spent approximately $3 million on advertising. She spent almost twice what she's raised on advertising, and she's got about $1.4 million left in the bank. So Riis, she raised $3 million and spent almost all of it. Not all of it. She spent everything to get on TV. Because why, Riis? She is one of the most unpopular incumbent mayors in history. So she's got to do 2 things. One, she's got to rebrand herself, right? Because remember, she was the ethics mayor and all of that stuff. Well, they done spent a long time whooping on that. So she's now got to create an image for herself. She has to create an image for herself. And she also has to start to define her opponents. So essentially, the mayor needs to have double, if not triple, because she's got Chewy and she's got Paul Vallis nipping at her heels. Which means that she's got to spend probably double to triple what her opponents do, because her opponents are she's already underwater in the polls. Who's got the most money? You want to know who got the most money? Riis, turn me on. I'm going to show you who got the most money. You ready?
Willie Wilson is ready to take on the criminals. The city streets are not safe. Willie Wilson knows that personally.
My son was murdered. I know the anger and I know the pain.
Finally, Chicago, do it right. Willie Wilson for mayor.
Willie Wilson right now has $4.1 million in the bank. Right? That's double everybody, almost triple everybody. So ordinarily, I would say that Willie Wilson should be the most viable candidate. You know I support Willie Wilson. I'm not necessarily endorsing him for mayor, but I really like Reverend Dr. Willie Wilson in general. Mayor Lightfoot comes in a distant second with $1.4 million in the bank. Third up, my skateboarding cousin, Brandon Johnson. Now, y'all know I call Brandon Johnson the Chance the Rapper of black people. You know. Brandon is the black dude with the 3 hat on. Why y'all laughing, man? Nah, you know. Look, man, we are all proud of Chance. Chance is Chicago dude straight up. But I got to be honest with you. A lot of the guys, not the guys. I'm talking about the guys. I'm not talking about the suburban guys. I'm talking about the guys. They not really buying Chance the Rapper albums. Now, don't get me. You don't really want to have no problem. We all send the deck up when that come on. And when Chance is on TV and all that, everybody black in Chicago be like, that's our boy. I'm not necessarily going to the Chance concert. No, the guys off the block ain't really going to the Chance concert. Now, it's no diss. It's like my cousin. I got a skateboarding cousin, right? That he is my cousin. He be at the family reunions, but he be like, what up, dude? Kind of chancy, right? But he's creeping on a come up. Because I'm telling you, think about this. You see how many white people do you see any black people wearing 3 hats? No, you don't. But boy, you go to West Loop, them white boys be straight up. They got the 3 to hold your dick. And I'm telling you, Chance be black than the mug. I'm with it. But you know he got a different appeal. That's why I see Brandon Johnson. You know when Brandon came to the Halloween party? You know he came as Chance the Rapper? That dude came with a 3 hat and he had the CTU shirt on, and it was like, and he was like, and I think at first he took it as a diss, but I don't think it's a diss because, quite frankly, Chance the Rapper got the white people, right? And this is the white people. There's a niche there, and Brandon is in that space where him and Chewy would have been in that same category, but Brandon to me has the dominant space, cause when the last time you seen a black dude, but he as Chance the Rapper as he is, he got a whole black family, like a whole one, right? Black mama, black wife, 2 black kids. So there's something about it, like we be cheering for him, but I just don't know if he resonates with the guys. Not that he ain't cool, not that, and quite frankly, he could win without the black people. Because that's Chewy's plan, right? Chance a millionaire, and he ain't a millionaire because of black folks. Let's just be clear. That didn't happen like that. Shout out to Kim Bennett. Shout out to Taylor. Shout out to the whole family, because it's not a diss. But, hey, man, we all know that white people actually purchase more hip-hop than black folks. So that's my man Brandon, skateboarding cousin. Then you got Chewy Garcia, who has 1.3 million. Okay, so Brandon's got 1.3. Oh, I got that flipped there. So it's Chewy, then Brandon. But Brandon getting more money, man, because Brandon just picked up another 400 stacks. Hey, B, what's up, dog? Wild. See, no ads. See, that's when I put you in the Chance spot, because you ain't going to advertise on the black joint. I'm just being salty. Not salty, I'm being silly. Then you got Chewy Garcia, who's got about, he spent $151,000 last year, or up until this point, and now he has about 1.3 million on hand. Now here's the challenge for Chewy with me, right? He has 1.3 million and has not run a TV ad. Now my problem with that is I feel like they're, and the polling indicates it, so that's why you got to get away from your gut. But the polling indicates that Chewy is the front runner. And so what he is banking on is probably not spending his money because he got it in the bag in his mind. All the polling shows that. So why spend my money when all y'all beating each other up, right? Except the mayor has been spending money trying to whack him with the puppet commercial, which I think is very effective, is a very effective message, but I don't think she has the money to run it at the levels that she would need to bring him down. Then you got Paul Vallis. Paul Vallis spent $840,000 and has got about 1.14 million on air. Left in the account, which means he's got the money to stay to the end of the campaign. And so now, guys, to me, those are the candidates that are now viable, or viable that remain viable. Although Sophia King has said that now that she's gotten her message out, that she's raised 5 points. I want to know how she's got her message out. Shout out to Sophia King, because I told you she was my sleeper. Like, I feel like if Obama would have came in and hit her with the endorsement and then told all the rich people, yo, call Marty Nesbitt up and say, hey, yo, Marty, we got one of our girls. Yo, call Mike Strautmanis. Call all your Chicago money guys. Call the tribe up and say, hey, yo, I'm supporting this lady. I felt like Sophia, and when she picked up PG and Greco, I was like, oh, somebody thinks she got some viability. Plus, she was a black woman, right? Which is popular with white women, especially Karens, who want to prove that they ain't Karens. She got you think about it, right? There's a lot of Karens who do not believe that they are Karens. They don't want to vote for Lori Lightfoot because those are the people that put her in the first place. So Sophia King gives them a safe repository. So remember when there used to be white people's validation was, I voted for Obama, right? Same thing. So that's why I see it. My man Cam Buckner, y'all know I love Cam, but I ain't gonna front. I really want him to be walking up on the white boys in Springfield. I want them to be like, you said what? You want to say it again? Say it while I'm here. He got to take off them red glasses, though. He got to put on some, he got to get some, you know what I'm saying? He got to get some, right now he got the kinder, gentler. I want him to be showing up at the meetings with the old school black lokes coming up like, hey, I heard you had something you wanted to say, right? J-Mal Green, hey, Randy Spann. Your boy J-Mal raised settle 000, but he got a dope bus. He does. And I must tell you that I do. So I give J-Mal Green a lot of grief because I feel like he's in the millennial generation, which is like he wants it now instead of kind of paying his dues. And I really am impressed with how much he's grown as a candidate in the 4 years. And I really wish he would have picked a different office because I do believe that with all of his skills, I think if you groom him, he could definitely be a great candidate for the future. My challenge for J-Mal is that he runs the risk of making himself a Doc Walls by running and losing, and then people won't take his candidacy seriously. I'm going to tell you, if he would have ran for alderman or if he would have ran for state rep or state senator, he would have smoked whoever and then been in a space to do it. But that's part of that whole, y'all, you know how y'all young people be. Y'all don't want to hear nobody. You tell me I'm smart as you. Yeah, cuz, but you got to get some seasoning. Right? There's things that you got, right? You can't let me get you upset with the chicken dance. You got to be able to be like, okay. Right? Remember the first time, y'all want to hear the first time J-Mal came to see me. He brought security. Like he came in with a dude who was supposed to be looking at me. I was like, dog, you gonna have to be harder than that. But anyway, J-Mal Green. Who else is out there that we did not talk about? We got Willie Wilson, Cam Buckner. We hit the 4. We hit Sophia King. Yep, that's it. Let's go to the live line. Call you on the Mace Jackson Show. Money is the big deal in this race, and I think that those 4 candidates. The other thing I think is Dr. Wilson, who I love Dr. Wilson.
Man?
Who there?
Tyrone Muhammad. How you doing, soldier?
Did you say Shorty? Did you say Shorty? He didn't say Shorty.
I say soldier.
Oh,
I say soldier.
What up, man? Hey, Ty. Hold on, because I got to talk about you. Okay. Hey, Joe. So, Ty, I'm used to going to your Facebook page. You shutting down some joints. You putting white people on. They feeling all type of nervous, all type of. Then I turn on the Facebook, dog, and I see you sitting down in the hallway playing with a French bulldog, and I was like, dog, you can't let these people see the kind of gentle side of you. What is you doing, man? Yeah. Dog, you treat the dog. Tyrone, you got do you treat your dog like a person too?
Absolutely. I treat everybody like a person. I treat hey, listen, I treat creation kind, bro. I just don't treat devils and liars and hypocrites kind. So I'm just called that. The dogs and the babies and the women, the dogs, babies, and women, I'm gonna fight for. The weak men and the politicians and the people that has preyed on our community with no results, I kick them in the ass. So if that's what I want to be viewed as, that's who I am with the dog. But don't make me don't make me be that other person. So, but with that being said, man, look, man, you got to go do what you got to do, bro. You said it. I've been said it. I told you. But at the end of the day, Maze, there's so many different approaches. If being nice, bro, was the right approach in the wicked world, in a capitalistic society, in a white male patriarchal society, if being nice and the systematic disinvestment was the way, Dr. King wouldn't be dead, bro. Because I haven't met anyone on earth that we call Christ-like that has done that and has offered an olive branch for the devils that violated us through the transatlantic slave trade on to Jim Crow, has offered up an olive branch to them and they don't protect them. In fact, the government has spied on them, has manipulated and plotted to kill a man like that, bro. So why you say being nice and you got to approach it this way, then that's why you go to be the lobbyist, bro. I can't go be the lobbyist. I can't talk to, when our community looked the way it looked, Maze, and the shorties is going to jail for weed while white men make billions, while our politicians and the so-called people that's supposed to speak for us are getting money, receiving resources, and they allowed it to happen right under our noses, bro, with no conversation as of yet, and then support and vote and hook, line, and sinker with the same governor who created the doggone, shall I say, lottery for his white cronies that he did create for us. Well, I have no nothing to say until you fix the damage caused by the war on drugs, until you fix the fact that you keep plucking fruit from the poisonous tree while never stopping the guns. We don't create them. We don't produce bullets. We don't shoot extended clips and assault white rifles. We don't produce drugs and all of the apparatus that cause disinvestment in our community, bro. We don't do that. I don't hear them talking about police. Every time I hear them talk police, and even Willie Wilson, I hear them saying, lock up little black boys and girls. Lock up brown boys. That's what I'm hearing them say every time they talk policing, bro. And Willie Wilson can never be speaking to the masses of us. I don't care how many, I told y'all, I don't care how many $20 in the hollers he give out. If he constantly talking about police without asking the police, when are they going to bust the cartel? When are they going to bust the gun runners? When are they going to bust and sue? When Willie Wilson going to sue Smith & Wesson, Sig, Glock, and Extended Clip? When he going to do that, bro? When we going to start talking about the record companies, WGCI, 92.6, that play drill, kill, and slide? When we going to shut them down, mates? See, don't come to us. When you ask that man what he got for the black people, this man say crime. Black people didn't create no crimes, and we didn't create gangs. Thugs and Al Capone them. Chicago is as gang infested as America is to apple pie, bro. So don't do that, man. You gotta continue to just give the message that they tell them when you get amongst them that Cam Buckner, I love you, that's my brother. But you can't let J.B. Pritzker take $1 million from ECCSC and y'all ain't had no fight, but yet we believe y'all gonna fight as a mayor. Y'all gonna fight for our communities as mayors. And even in their current position, bro, they have allowed the Democratic Party to violate our community, bro. So, hey, man, I can go on forever, man. I know. But I'm just telling you, it's no reason, bro. You got to do what you got to do, but ain't nowhere in the world I'm going to sit back as a black man in this country, in this world. I should have been born with Fred Hampton now. Because this week generation, get along politically correct people that we dealing with and just being nice right there. Man, I can't. Every day I look to die for my people. I don't look to run from my problems, bro. Every day I wake up looking to die. That's the stress, bro. That's the real idea. I'm trying to live, bro, but I look to see how I'm gonna be in that casket. That's why, cause everybody gonna die. Listen, everybody gonna die, Maze. Everybody.
Femo.
But when I go, listen, I got to finish this point.
You go ahead.
When I go, trust me, when we start talking about the Lord, I want to be pleased in the eyesight of the Lord, not the world, bro. With that being said, I want to hear you and I want to respond if you say something crazy, man.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna say something crazy. First of all, I'm still waiting on my damn check, so that's my crazy. But let me stop.
No. You gonna get a consistent check for real.
Let's stop there. So here's me, right? And that's why we have to have you know when you go to the Army and they give you a MOS, right? And then you go to the Army and there's different people that do different things. Here's my thing, Ty. First of all, I'm not I am here to live, and I want our people to live in the abundance that happens. And I think that we have to figure it out, because, fam, our people, regardless of the elected officials, and I'm going to tell you, the elected officials are a lot of times responsive to our people, right? If our people ain't mad. Me and you are mad about stuff that the average black people are not mad about or even thinking about. And so as I'm trying to get them to jump off a cliff of
No,
anger,
I don't know we mad, man. I won't call it mad, man. I don't call that mad, bro. You call it mad. You characterize it as that.
I'm going to call me. Then let me speak for me. I am angry every day. I am angry every day because I read and I count and I look at and I understand. But let me tell you what I also know. I also know that we run up these hills and we be up there standing around and the black people ain't like, oh my God, this is terrible. Oh my God, this is bad.
But that's historical, man. You think Dr. King, he wanted to run up the mountain and be there with them when he get there? You think that man didn't want to be at the mountaintop with the people? But he understood that we so messed up because of chattel slavery, bro. That there is it's going to take 50 generations probably before, if you got a 400-year head start, bro, and all the ills and issues.
But you, like, let me say this, because we talking out the same, we've been preaching out the same Bible for the last 20 years.
All I'm saying, we are the ones that's going to we got to keep doing it, bro, until God make that call, bro. So it ain't going to stop just because you become a lobbyist. It ain't gonna stop. It has to be, like you saying, a groundswell of people that hear what we say and get behind you and get behind us to then tell the politicians, thus said the Lord.
So, Ty, imagine if there was a black lobbyist who, this is when we was talking about it before, and I'm gonna stop that right there. When I kept saying, like, could you imagine if I was the lobbyist for ECCSC and we made the demand, and then when we didn't get what we wanted, then we had that power behind us and we could mobilize. See, I just think that they split us up and they allow us to divide ourselves over the disagreements or the way to get there, right? The people that are winning right now are the people that are saying, I'm gonna operate off of the chaos. A lot of the people that win right now win because of the fights that we have. Right? You go make a scene, you go do your thing, we get out there, and they go pass a law, and then you got somebody saying, they pass a law in spite of you. So they pass the law, listen to everything you say, and say, yes, we're going to answer the question, what's in it for the black people, but nigga, you're not getting any of it. You won't participate in it. And so we're going to answer the questions, but we're going to make sure that you die on the vine so that we can keep doing what we're doing. Like, I'm just saying like this. The lobbyist job is to be past all of that. Is to not say, I'm not emotional. I recognize who I'm dealing with. I recognize all the factions, and y'all can throw all the stuff and say all the stuff. I'm going to keep on pushing because I got to get this thing done. And there are those of us, self-included, who probably could. I'm going to be honest with you. I really honestly believe that if I was involved in the lobbying process or was involved in Springfield and had a voice at that point and was not excluded, then a lot of these same points would have been brought up at the place. The people make you the stakeholder. And then when you are considered one of those stakeholders, you go in. You got to understand the system that you're operating in, because I'm going to just tell you. So the premise of waking up with the expectation to die really is what they want. And I would say that the expectation is that we live exceedingly and abundantly. And now when I go in and say that, you ain't got to whoop me. You whoop them. Because all I did was articulate what you asked for. But if ain't nobody articulated what they want to ask for and then sat down and said, these are the steps that it's going to take for us to get it in this environment. Because I'm here to tell you, what happens is the louder we get, they just figure out a workaround, and then what they do is say, so all them people that was supposed to be with you, they got safety in JB right now, right? So JB say, okay, well, he can't talk to him. No, it should be that he has to feel the pressure from us or the obligation, and we got to be able to say, you ain't splitting up our family, right? I ain't got to worry. They know that if they can make us talk greasy about other people, you going to be mad and say, I ain't going to do it for you no way. And so we just, like, fam, Mays Jackson, I got to get off the hamster wheel of this premise that the people raise you up, not you. The people have raised me up on false promises where they say, run out there, you get out there, you do it. Fam, and guess what? Every time it's about, them elected officials didn't re-elect J.B. Pritzker. Black people re-elected J.B. Well, no, we didn't, because we voted at our lowest rate, right? But now they done figured out a way to win without black people. So now as they start to figure out how to win without black people, guess what? Those voices of those people that we're minimizing now will only become shrunken even further. As I was trying to explain to people that I don't think we recognize, the loss, when they picked up DuPage County, which was the second biggest Republican stronghold in the country, and they flipped it blue. Let me tell you what that did. That meant that Thornton Township don't mean as much. That means that Proviso, all of those black elected officials who used to be power brokers, who used to be able to say they could will stuff because of that. Frank Zuccarelli died. Now Thornton, we got Napoleon. And guess what? They ain't worried about Napoleon the same way that they was worried about Frank Zuccarelli. And so if I start to minimize Napoleon instead of building him up and saying, hey, fam, look, we going to work with you, but you got an obligation to us. We got to take them out of the royalty spot, and they have to recognize that, again, as we drive them away, we drive them into the hands of the white folks who say, well, man, they ain't going to never mess with you no way, so you might as well sit over here. Why I'm going to help you win? So you could take the money and beat me over the head with it. I have watched many people in our space who could have left the space as an activist and moved into the business area. And knowing that if we get the right people in the business area, they're going to do right by the people. But when they had people, when they had their foot on their throats and people were willing to do them, they didn't know when to take it off. So it's like, if you're going to keep on beating me regardless of whether I help you or not, well, fam, I'm going to just go work around you. Again, we all have to have different points. And family, I appreciate your passion. I have to be dispassionate now. Like, I have to not get emotional over wins and losses because I have to be steeled to be able to move forward, right? Like, when you're a general, you can't stop the war because you have casualties. You got to keep on pushing through. We're going to lose some people, but my goal as the general, I'm not the general of black folks, I'm not saying that, but my goal, if I am going to get us to where we go, I got to recognize that we're going to have casualties, we're going to have setbacks, it's not going to be the plan that we want, but every year, every day, we're going to keep pushing forward. Now, if we stop and say, right here, right now, we're going to die on this hill, and everybody's got to die right here, it's going to be a lot of people that's like, I'm not dying, fam. A lot. And so your job as the general, if you the kamikaze pilots, that's your job. But we have to you don't win a war with one division. If you ain't got no engineers, how you crossing the bridge, fam? If you don't have the Army Corps engineers, how you going to give people water in the desert? If you don't have logistics, who's going to get the supplies there? And that is the problem a lot of times. We want, it's my way or the highway, and if you don't do it the way I like do it, then you Uncle Tom sellout, etc. And I got to get out of that, right? Fam, I used to make fun of the people on the other side because black people was happy. They wasn't looking for the win. They was just happy to say I was in a fight. The goal is not to be in the fight. The goal is to win. And what we love is gladiators. People around the world love gladiators. They love blood sport. Nobody really likes the governmental process because that's boring. Nobody gives you process. Nobody is going to cheer for you for sitting in a room for 8 hours and trying to craft legislation. But it has to be done. JB did what he did, but who was there on our side holding our people's feet to the fire? Again, the white folks picked who they wanted. No shade to the black, how do I put this? No shade to the black people that negotiated the cannabis deal. Because remember, they only brought the cannabis deal forward because they had black people who supported it. But guess what they did? They found the least informed black people who didn't understand the process, took them up to the thing, said, you too can shake hands with the governor. You can stand in the press conference. You could be a part of that. And because they hadn't experienced that, they was like, oh, it's going to be all good. So you take your best players and you tell them to sit on the bench, and I'm watching the plays. I told you when it was happening, what was happening, right? And everybody was like, Mays, you just being a hater. No, sis, you've never lobbied. So if somebody makes you the head of governmental affairs and they say, now please come negotiate, but you don't know how to negotiate legislation, then them same people who stood in the press conference is the same people who standing outside still trying to get their cannabis shops open. Is anybody else on that line? Carl, you on the Mays Jackson Show. Let's take your call. Carl, you there?
Yo, what's going on, bro? What's up, family?
What up, Devo? President of What's In It for the Black People First. How you doing, sir?
Man, I have sat on this line listening to you and Tyrone, and I just think that it's a both and. But for my call, I need to go back to the earlier segment. The phone lines was acting goofy. But are we asking, or are you communicating that we should submit to the Illinois Black Caucus a strategic plan for them to read what we are demanding?
I don't know if it's a strategic plan, but I do think, because I think they would create the strategic plan as it works in Springfield. What I am suggesting is we should present to the Black Caucus, this is what we believe are the demands or what we would like to see as outcomes out of this legislative session, and then sit in a planning session and say, what's doable, what's now, what's long, and what's small, medium, and large. Which one of these things do we think? And then putting a process together, having a person that's going to work it and see it through. So, yeah, I would say a strategic plan. I would, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, you should have just said that. See, so, I think for the audience is when, and there's this discussion about a think tank. This is the think tank. So what needs to be done is when the thoughts are generated and when the thoughts resonate with you, not you as a host, but you as the listener, because all of us are leaders. All of us are subject matter experts in something. You must take ownership of what you are an expert in and tap back into the group so we can put this plan together. That way you're not creating a plan in a silo. If you need me, I'm just saying, because if we also get to spinning our wheel as just black people, and we wonder how do we tap in and how do we figure this stuff out. So unless we ask real life questions, then we don't really know the answer. So if a plan is needed, then a plan will be generated. That's it. So that's all I'm saying. But I don't see a plan in the Hispanic community. I don't see a plan in the white community.
So back up.
So I just need to know.
You just because you ain't in the Hispanic community and you ain't in the white community, right? Like realistically, we talked about the plan.
Where is it?
Why would I show it to you,
bro?
Like if I'm Hispanic, why would? And I'm gonna tell you. Stop.
Go ahead.
The plan was being made in our community when I used to tell y'all about Chewy having the meetings over the Black Caucus, over the map and the remaps at the Urban League, right? So when they made their plan for how they were going to move their strategy, it started with the remap process. And remember, I used to be like, why are they planning to take over our joint at the Urban League? There is a plan. There are people that work together and they are all in connection. What I would tell you is that we are, in our world, the politicians and the elected officials are treated like royalty. And so essentially they have achieved a point where they don't feel like they necessarily need to engage with us collectively. Now, part of that is, why would I walk into a room where I'm going to get MF'd before I even got a word to say? If we all say we coming together now, past bygones be bygones, here's what we're looking for. This is what we need from you. Now, you either going to do it or not, and now we have a justification. But a lot of our fights are fights from 25 years ago, and I just think we've got to start to say,
I agree with that.
Build people? How do we bring them together? Go ahead.
No, I agree with. I agree with you on that. My thought is just like you said. They're not going to publish it. We're not going to know. But it seems like everybody know when it's a plan that affects us, though. See, so that's my thing is, and it's not about you. My thing is, these elected people are in the rooms when these discussions are happening. Now, either if we just saw these Republican people when they was picking the speaker, man, they said, man, we ain't voting. I don't care what you say, we ain't voting. I just need 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 black elected people to do that.
So can I ask
like
you a question?
That's all I'm saying.
I'm with
Go
you
ahead.
with that,
Yeah.
but here goes the premise, fam. Who's gonna do that if you told them F them? Who's gonna do that if even if I do it, you're
Maeve.
Still gonna be like F
Maeve.
me? Yo, go.
Maeve.
What?
It's at least 6 aldermen in the city council that black people have a favorable opinion of. It's at least it's got to be. If the state thing is a whole nother thing, that's a whole nother area of expertise. But just here in the city, it's 6 black people that could say, "Man, we ain't voting for that." It is, and they could do it if they, huh?
Who's the 6 people? And we don't got to identify them, but who's the 6 people, and who are the 6 people that we have built or established mutual trust, right? Because essentially what you're saying is, I'm going to tell you to walk out on this plank. I'm going to just tell you honestly, bro. People would tell you to walk out on a plank and leave your ass out there. I am a living witness of it, whether it is political.
I know that.
So you got to develop
that, bro.
Trust.
But I feel you. We can develop this trust with them, but until then, it has to be a baseline of a line of demarcation where we say, man, we just can't go on like this anymore.
Right, but
and they have to take accountability of that. Okay, then if it's a shared responsibility, then I need everybody to take the oath that it's a shared responsibility.
And I'm suggesting you got to do that, fam, but you got to build a rapport. Let me just ask this question. How many of us could walk into an office and start to build and could have a relationship or a baseline of support? Like, there has to be a baseline of mutual respect. And all I'm suggesting is, like, y'all, I have watched on numerous occasions where there is an opportunity to win collectively. Collectively.
Yes. Yes.
But because there is no established trust, there is no established agreement, then it goes to the left, because there's somebody with a different agenda. There's somebody who's mad at this person from 20 years ago. There's somebody mad with this right now. So it's like, F that dude, screw that dude, etc. And my premise is, like, guys, like, there has to be reconciliation on all parts. It ain't just the elected officials. It's a reason, because the people who do run up out the hill are the people that lose. Telling me to lose my job, and you ain't gonna stand up for me after I lose it. I have seen the people that have walked out the plank, and the reality is, the reason that people don't walk out there is because they know that they ain't gonna get support. Both ways. I'm not putting it on I'm suggesting that goes with the elected officials and that goes with the black people. And my premise in saying that I'm going to remove myself from this piece of it, because realistically, this is not where, in my estimation, I could be most beneficial to all of this situation, right? There are a lot of these people, a lot of the people I'm talking really haven't had any established relations ever. It's like, really, their information for this is coming from the morning show. So if you ain't never sat down, if you don't know what it takes to build a building, if you don't know how finance works, if you don't know all of those components, right? It's like, it's easy to say what ain't getting done. Now, I would love to say what is getting done. And all I'm suggesting is, there has to be a point where everybody says, reset. We all are losing. Right now, y'all got 56 schools coming. So but it requires everybody. I have filed people people have fouled me. Now, I could literally spend the rest of my life being mad about Ken Duncan, right? I could. I feel like I was, I watched, and let me just say this. There was not one of these fighters, none of them, that stepped up when that happened. None. And you telling me, now I got to trust everybody? Fam, I've been in this shit. I know what it's like to be having black people tell you to run up a hill and be like, we got to do. And then they be standing there. And when I'm at $3,000 a month from 30, everybody like, ain't nobody take up no damn collection. They's like, man, keep doing it. So no, there has to be, it's like this is not something that happened in a week. This is something that has happened over 30 years.
Years, yes, and I understand that. And my final question is, how do we forgive? How do we get on the road to forgiveness? Because even with your situations, plural, something within you allows you to come back and be resilient enough to come back. And
it ain't black people. I'm just being honest.
I'm just saying, bro.
The resilience is what's burned in me and my love for my people. I take these, I told you, do you know how many black activists have died poor, broke, alone, no teeth, and their hair is falling out? All of them.
Yes.
All of them. Right? All of them. And then they die, and people be like, oh, man, I show y'all the videos. Y'all be like, how cool he was. But y'all watched his ass die. Nobody stepped up for him.
Yep.
And so my premise is like, cuz I'm not going to keep fighting to die. I'm trying to figure out a way to life. And the resilience that I have is because of my undying love for black people, which is why I'm willing to put people who have disrespected, kicked me to the curb, all to the side, because at someday we going to overcome. One day we going to be free in this world.
So I think that's the takeaway for me. Forgiveness. I think the baseline conversation then should be, what are the things that you just can't do as a black politician? And then from there, we build up. So we just have to keep building, like you said, keep building these relationships. But me and the crew, we'll figure out how to get that plan together and get that over to you. The questionnaires did get out, so any local candidates, please be on the lookout for that and return it. And let's just keep building and moving forward, bro. But I think this was a very good conversation that people really listened in, and we got work to do, man. And other than that, I'm out. Peace, bro. I love you, dog.
Appreciate you. Love you, too. And it's not just forgiveness. I want to be clear. It's atonement, right? And it's amongst us. Like, we gotta figure out a way to be able to be in the room and have opposing opinions, but know that we're going to the same place without it being your mama, your daddy, your whatever. And I gotta be honest with you. Part of that is me, right? Part of that is me really recognizing the space that we sit in. And I just want to be clear. When we started this, people didn't even say black. Nobody said black, period. And that's the genesis of what's in it for the black people. And I think you have to look at the progression. Like, we are now in a place, like, there was a time when none of this would have been talked about at all. It would have just been like, you roll and you go on with what you're going on. There has to be something in you that says that bro, I have to every day get up and love my people in spite of. Every day. In spite of all the personal things, in spite of all the people, in spite of the less than, all of those different things. And when you get to a point where you can do that, right? And I don't think it's just the politicians, though. Like, I think it's us as a whole. Fam, black people got a problem with black people, period. This ain't just politics. It's not. And it is something that has been poured into us from slavery, and it's the haves and the have-nots, and then it's like them house niggas, and we get to calling people names, so we divide ourselves up, and then once you get through dividing yourself up, then we've gone in the corners, and the white folks say, well, here, let me sprinkle a little here, let me sprinkle a little here, let me sprinkle a little here, and then the one guy that don't get none, he throwing rocks, instead of all of us saying, you know what, Jay, do you know what the premise of Rockefeller was with 3 people? If one of us ever falls off, the other 2 have enough to give you enough to get back on. If Ty is not getting funding from the state of Illinois, it shouldn't come from the state of Illinois. It should be, Activists should be like, okay, dog, we gonna give you, we know you out here doing it, we got 20 million, we gonna give you 3 to run your thing until you get your joint. But it can't be, I'm not going with that now. Whoever is the person that gets the ball, you can't be mad at the receiver for catching the ball if the team wins, right? You can be mad about your stats, but if the team wins and you get a Super Bowl ring, you contributed. I get mad a lot of times when my son doesn't have 10 points when he's scoring. But if you watch how the team plays when he's on the floor, he's not trying to score. He is trying to find the open man to pass the ball to. Everybody wants to be Jordan. Everybody can't be Jordan. And if the answer is, if it ain't me, then it don't count, well, then we ain't never gonna damn win. Call you on the and that's why you hire a lobbyist. Because the lobbyist don't worry about, he can get called all type of names. It could be emotional. He could be whatever. He knows that his check don't cash till he passes the law. That's why the rich, wealthy people take themselves out of it, because they be like, peon, I could buy you. But they know if they want to get what they want to be richer, they can't say that. So I'm going to hire someone who will be able to get me what my end goal is and not be distracted by all of the fights that happen, the fires that we light along the way, so that I have a reason to say I couldn't do what you asked because you called me your mama. So you said your mama, so now I can't get, nobody gets weed. And usually the loudest voices are the ones that they use to be the reason that they are denying. Caller, you on the Mays Jackson Show.
Shalom.
Israel, what up, Kang?
Just listening to my brothers, you know, I love y'all, everybody, you know. It's just interesting. I don't know where to start. I want to start with you said something about Rockefeller. Did that work with Jay-Z? You know, talking about Jay-Z, I do remember him saying he's trying to make people be rich where they can lean on a crutch or something like that. He need a crutch.
I think
so
Jay
did
said,
that work in your opinion?
I think it, what did he say? Me, Jay. He said Jay, Ye, Kanye, and they count LeBron too. So that's 4 billionaires in the family. I would count that. Then I would say like me. See, again, it's like we want to pick the winners. We want to pick the winners we like.
No, I was just asking a question because I was going, did it work? I was going to move on. Okay, I'll move on. So, because Willie Lynch situation, it seems like a Willie Lynch situation going on, divide and conquer. I heard you talking about that. You know, they do divide and conquer. And then I think a problem is, I'm just going on the list I wrote down. These secret societies, because I was listening, you know. These secret societies hurting us. I know it seems like some of these, is that what they call secret societies?
So can I say this?
Divine Lines and all that? Yes, sir.
I feel like that's a crutch, right? I think that if you look at most of the advances that have happened for black people in this country, if you look at the history, they usually are a member of one of the organizations because you learn service and you learn all of that in your organization. Where do you learn, besides your service learning hours? The commitment to your community often comes from participating in a Black Greek letter organization in college, because they often teach you about service, they teach you about all of those different things, and then it burns on. So I would say that most of the major advances that have happened for black people have been led or spearheaded by someone that is a member of a Black Greek letter organization.
That's good. I heard a brother say that, and when he said it, he's like, all these people in play not part of them societies. And I looked around and I said, dang, he ain't never lied. And, you know, so secret societies, I'm just thinking, like I got a list. Is Greek philosophy stolen African philosophy? Is that true?
So I would tell you that realistically, for Black Greek letter organizations to exist on predominantly white campuses, they had to figure out a way to assimilate. Do you think that a organization founded at the University of Indiana, the capital, and I'm going to do the capitals real quick, founded at the capital in Indiana, where the capital of the Ku Klux Klan, the most registered members of the Ku Klux Klan, do you think they could walk around and say we are the fighting Zulus? No. But if you look at all of our history, right? If you look at from Crescents to Lampados to
my brother, I'm not here calling disrespect. I just asked a yes or no question.
I'm giving you an answer though. Like this not a yes or no question. I'm gonna give you just a little history so you could be informed. If you go and look at all of our history, you know when I first learned that the black man that Adam and Eve was black was in my book. Is in the book that I learned. When you look at what our history is based on, it is based on African. We have Greek letters to be able to operate in the spaces that we were operating. You think that at these white colleges where they had registered Ku Klux Klan, if you look at the University of Illinois yearbook, during the Ku Klux Klan was an actual registered student organization that people were parts of. And so I think when people didn't have a place to live on campuses, guess where they live, Israel? They lived at the Black Greek House, and it wasn't just for any one fraternity. It was because we couldn't be seen on the other side of the campus after that. So I do think that there is a lot of history that is missed in that space. Go ahead. I'll take the next question.
No.
And I'm not offended.
I'm just learning something.
Yeah. I'm
walking a tightrope line, trying not to offend nobody. Hope I ain't saying no offensive. All I wanted to say was that HBC was started by white people. So I'm just going somewhere. NWRTP is run by white people. Urban League is run by white people. You look at their board. So I'm trying to go somewhere with this divide and conquer situation. So I ain't going to hold up too much time, but it is time to reset. I sent out a text message months ago. We need to call somebody in the room to talk and have a think tank. Because I'm with you. You know I'm with you. I know you know legislation and all that downstate. I know construction. Somebody else might know non-violence or prison reform. I mean, we need to do something to me because I'm fighting for my grandbabies now. My grandchildren in high school. And I refuse to them grow up talking about, granddaddy ain't do this or granddaddy this and that. Because one day you say you went to some meeting. You say, we are those people now we used to complain about. And we met Mark Allen, rest in peace, too. He used to say that. He said, Bob, majority of these activists become the people that they used to complain about. So I'm saying something needs to be done now, brother. Because I was down in Springfield. It is. I just wanted to go look at some of them damn people in their eyes, face to face. I walked Willie Preston into the Senate chamber. First person I saw was Napoleon. And he got to acting great. Oh, you got him with you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm hearing some names you dropping. I'm there. I've been in these rooms 40 years. I heard you just say something about 30 years. So I saw a lot of things, too. And it is hard to fight for our people. Do you imagine what I go through? I'll be shutting down construction sites, getting off the bus years ago. You think these niggas bought me a bus pass? Hell no. So don't get me started.
So can I tell you what?
Black man.
And that's what I know, right? So here's my thing. Like, my thing is, we all been out here fighting. Right? We all been out here fighting, and we've been kind of on this hamster wheel. And I'm going to tell you, it goes in cycles. King, there was a time when it was Mark, Melvin, and Paul, right? Remember when this is kind of like this thing that we've seen.
Joe Watkins, don't leave him out. Rest in peace.
I cannot leave Joe Watkins out. Rest in peace. And then before that, I'm giving you that history. I'm not in any of that. Then you go to you think about Lou Palmer, and you think about Gus Savage, and you keep thinking about all of these people that have been on this hamster wheel, and it's always really the same argument. Remember when I was playing them movies, and we was like, wait a minute, these people saying the same thing I was saying. That's really when I was like, yo, I got to put an end to this, because I'm sitting up here talking about the same thing that Lou Palmer did, and Lou Palmer is missing teeth, dead.
Right. I told you.
Died with a broken heart.
I'm going to cut you off because I know people. Listen, please listen. Who you think called Kunta Kinte and Roots? Did you go look at the movie yet?
Man, I saw that movie when it first came out. You right, fam. I love when you make that point. Yes,
O.J. Simpson. I got you. O.J. Simpson, man. All this shit coming full circle, man. That's why I love it. Man, you know how many times I wake up every morning going to fight for these damn construction people, making these niggas millionaires, and they ain't sending me a damn gas money.
Amen.
Don't get me started. So I feel your pain.
Hey, King, so here go my lick. At the end of this, like, I feel like my goal as a lobbyist, though, is to make sure that you don't die broke, alone, missing teeth. That's the same goal I got for a tie. That's the same goal I got for everybody. And let me just say that sometimes, like, there was sometimes when my organization had issues, there was certain meetings that I wasn't going to be at. Because if it was this dude, and we had, I don't care what it was, there was nothing that they were going to be able to say that wasn't going to make me remember when we fought or did whatever. So those were the times when I had to sit down. And I had to sit back, and then the organization would do whatever they did, and then we would advance, and we would all move forward together. See, it's more than one way to skin a cat, but a lot of times we have to remove our ego from it, self-included. Remove your ego.
I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, you said you.
Me. I know I have to remove my ego from it.
I heard.
Because it's
you know
many times.
They say ego mean edging God out.
Oh, well.
Edging God out.
I think you got to have some ego, though, because you got to have some ego to be able to stand in the room and
Do you?
That is. King, you through? You got anything else on that list? Because I got a couple other people I got to get on.
Last but not least,
Yes,
I'm on the end with this.
Yes, sir.
Black is a color. Black is a color.
Hey, man, what you trying to do? Give me Kyrie? Look, man, you know we was trying to talk about that. And the next, King, you know I don't want no more letters. You know that people be writing me letters if I start talking. And I
didn't
told
say
you about
no
that
disclaimer. You ain't got to put a disclaimer.
Let me put my disclaimer up. I'm talking to King Israel. You got to put the disclaimer up because you know they'll be writing letters about Israel. Shalom, my brother. Shalom. Much love to my man King Israel. All right, we got anybody else on the line? Call you on the Mays Jackson Show.
What's going on, Mays?
What up? Who there?
It's Courtney Redmond.
Courtney, what's hey, dog. Hey, man, you know, I need you to come.
Mm-hmm.
I need to come to the shooting class. I would show you. Look, and I ain't even show it to you. Anyway, King, I need you to come take me to the class. I need to give me I need the high precision practice. I just got my assault rifle. I want to be good with it. What's up, my man from 461st Gun Club? What up, dog?
Nothing much. You know, I'm not the president anymore. We have a new president, which is Matthew Atkins. I have stepped up to the Illinois State Director of National African American Gun Association.
I need a card. I need to be a member. I want to get that going now. I got all my stuff, so let's do it. And y'all got to get back in the show. Y'all got to get up here so we can be talking about how this is.
Yep.
Can I just tell you what I thought about before you go down this? You know what Frederick Douglass said the number one symbol of freedom for black people was to him? Our right to bear arms. He said when he saw Union soldiers, black Union soldiers with guns, he was like, that was the ultimate symbol of freedom to him because it could lead to our liberation. And white folks did not want us to have guns at all. So when I think about the 461st, man, I think about that. And when I went to go pick up my AR the other day, I was like, man, maybe they'll let me be a member now for real. What's up, dog? Talk to me.
No, you can be a member. 761st. I understand your lobbyist argument, and I was downstate trying to fight that bill, HB 5471. I was down there, and I seen how Springfield is and how it can be and how dirty them politics can be, going into them caucuses rooms, going into the rooms and talking, and then, you know, they would tell the people one thing and then come out and vote another way. I've seen that, and I've seen where a lot of politicians down there, they will get you on cold. You know, seeing a debate with HB 5471, seeing the Speaker of the House and the governor sit in the chambers of the House of Representatives while they were voting, that is unheard of. Because if you think about it, past governors weren't allowed into the chambers because Mike Madigan didn't allow it. They sat in them chambers in order to intimidate. Also, we got to really take a look at who this bill is going to affect.
Can I the thing is, with that space, what I said was, and I was whispering, the problem is they should be more fearful of us than J.B. Pritzker, right? And that's where we have lost control. So to me, like, I don't care if J.B. Pritzker and much love to Speaker Welch, but they should be, all of our elected officials that have to walk through our neighborhoods, that have to walk past us and that have offices and they should be more fearful of us than they should be of the governor.
Yep.
Right? And that doesn't necessarily mean fear and intimidation, like we got to put a gun to them. But we should be able to say, so if that happened, then you should, the 761st should start mobilizing in a precinct, and we should pick one person. I mean, in a thing, and say, "Are you in against us?" Right? But you also got to make sure, because remember when I was talking to Sister Zakiya, and I was saying, Sister Zakiya, I'm not for this assault weapons ban, and she was like, I don't care if it's for. I don't care about if the white people got it and it's done. The only reason the assault weapons ban passed was because of Highland Park. Black people been getting shot down by assault weapons the whole time. Now, who articulated that though in the rooms? Who? But again, you come on a one-day program, right? Y'all come to lobby for one day, and guess what they know? They know that you ain't gonna be there the next day. So guess what? You could bring 200 people there and be gone the next day. But if you can bring 200 people and they know I gotta walk past you every damn day, and I gotta see you, and if y'all don't listen to Mays, he calling 761. He calling the ECCSC, and he's calling all of our people down, and then they are doing it in your face. Then what we do is we have a case. You know, I want to do video lobbying, right?
Yes. And you're 100% right.
Yeah, go ahead.
May, you're 100% right, because you know who was down there? You know who was at the committee meeting?
Them white ladies.
Yep.
Them white
Moms
ladies.
Demand Action. Yep. They were there, and I pointed that out. And I said that in the committee meeting downstate Springfield. I said, even at the committee meeting up here in Chicago, I said, I've seen not one black woman from the south side or the west side of Chicago that was in a red shirt that was down there advocating for them. You know why? Because they were working.
And can I tell you what?
White women that were with Moms Demand Action, they were down there. They bust them down there. They have funding that's coming from higher up from Bloomberg and all the way down to them. They were there for when this bill was passed. This bill directly hinders the black community because they are going to enforce it in the black community. They're going to enforce it on the south and west side of Chicago. They're going to enforce it in Cook County, in the south suburbs, in the west suburbs, all black suburbs. They're going to enforce it in our neighborhood. That's why it's imperative for us to mobilize and go down and say, this is wrong. But if you see how crass and how cocky and how arrogant the governor was about this, because in 80 counties throughout the state, sheriffs have vowed to not enforce that law. But you know who did? Tom Dart did. You know who did? Lake County sheriff did, which is another black man. But this is going to affect black people in our neighborhood.
But can I tell you what they did?
I'm adamant about that.
Can I tell you what they did though? Who did you see on the TV commercials? You only saw black people on the TV commercials, right? Because they knew the hypocrisy of trying to tell us that there should be an assault weapons ban because of what happened in Highland Park, when in that same day we saw 54 people get shot in Chicago. They understand the hypocrisy of it. So they paid a white girl to go mobilize black people to do the TV spots, but when it's time for people to be crying, then they do it. And the reason the TV spots were on, right, was to put pressure on black elected officials to be like, this is happening in your community, because they knew, right, that we'll be like, hold on, wait, y'all want to pass an assault weapons ban because 7 people got shot in Highland Park? No callousness to that, but family, we got people dying every day from assault weapons. We got a white boy driving through our neighborhood with 300 shells in his car, spent. But the only reason we're passing the assault weapons ban, and it's not lost on me, that's in Highland Park, right? The connections are so real. And if you look at from all the way from Gus Savage and remember when I played the video about Highland Park and how Highland Park decided that he was now anti them, and they decided they went and got Mel Reynolds and took him out? See, guys, what happens is they know, the black politicians know that essentially if they don't ride, that the white people are going to fund something against them, and we ain't going to stand up there and do nothing about it. And so we've got to start establishing members of our caucuses on a daily basis, and then somebody holding them accountable and being able to say, hey, y'all, this is what's happening right now. I need 50 people to come down here, and we need to be in these offices however it is. But again, Right now, our elected officials believe that they are royalty, and their protector is J.B. Pritzker. Now, JB ain't passing out no jobs in the black community. They got rid of Shackman, so it ain't no press. They can be we ain't seeing those results. But again, it's the same thing. Nope. If your man say the least offensive, and then we line up behind him, the reality is we have to make someone pay the price for going against us. And we have to take the time, energy, and effort. And it just got to be one. You know, I always say, it's one dude with a revolver can hold up a whole bank. Because nobody wants to be the guy that gets shot. So I got a revolver. There's 200 people in the bank. I got 6 shots. Who going to be the victim? So we might need to pick a victim and say, you, sir, are going to be leaving because you didn't do what we wanted to do. But you also got to know that people want you. We got to have all the tools in the toolbox. Did we poll the black community? Did we go to the black? Did we do all of the things in the process? Because we just want to, a lot of times what we want to do is fear and intimidate our way through instead of being methodical.
This is why I need you to come down to 761st. We have a meeting this weekend. I need you at that meeting. I'm gonna shoot your address and everything else. But the thing is, these are the ideas that need to be heard within the meeting. Also, being down there, right? After I gave my speech to the committee and I addressed the committee opposing that bill, you know how many black politicians walked up to me and said, "Thank you. You saying what we're saying," but you also got to remember that they're beholden to their constituents, right? Not enough people are calling into them to say vote no on HB 5471 because of the propaganda that's been played and the hyperbole that's been played. And you remember, they put the black faces up and said, look at this mother crying and grieving because of gun violence in her neighborhood. While the white lady stand back there, because at those meetings, I didn't see black women. I seen middle-aged white women. And you know where they were from?
Highland Park.
They were from northern suburbs. Highland Park, Skokie, Winnetka, Morton Grove. That's where they were from.
Because white people. How many times have you heard me say this?
It's never a problem until it's their problem.
White people use the pain and suffering of black people.
Your neighborhood.
White people use the pain and suffering of black people for their own, to advance their goals, right? So usually white people, something happens to black folks and white people figure out how to capitalize on it, how to use it to achieve their goal. And so again, when J.B. Pritzker, and again, these are these things. So when the Highland Park shooting came, they knew that there was an opportunity there, right? Highland Park is a community that J.B. personally cares about. But what they also did was they hired a magic Negro conjurer. So think about this. For all of them black commercials and all them black people on TV that was crying about assault weapons ban, guess who made all the money on the TV commercials? A white lady. Because they have white people that say, okay, I know how to deal with the Negroes, so I'll be the magic Negro conjurer. Because JB, if you stand up here, remember when Cam got stopped? Because the police stopped him because they said he looked like a criminal. He had a hood on and he was a concealed carry person. Right? You'd be surprised at the number of black elected officials that are concealed carry people because they live in our damn neighborhoods. But again, if we don't have the apparatus to be able to enforce it, they know that they will be punished. You know that if I stand up against JB and I'm going to sit right here, JB can literally rain down $2 million on you and run spots and do everything else that you can to it. And so my premise is that's why we got to make somebody has to be fearful of us because it's the same way cannabis happened. We know that, and then they leverage our pain and suffering for their benefit. So what you gonna do? Tell all the seniors who had dead people in their neighborhoods who hear gunshots every night? Man, where I live, I hear like weaponry. You got all of our seniors that are scared and fearful, and then they gonna take that and they gonna, just like they ran $2 million worth of $10 million worth of commercials, they'll run $2 million against you and say you killed this baby because of whatever. And black people know. Now, all you had to do is watch what happened with Ken, and that was the answer why most black people kept their mouth shut. So Send me that address because I want to be there. Plus I need some. I want to be proficient. So I want to go to all the classes.
Okay.
I want to be proficient. And then actually I want to get involved in the lobby on this part because I also think that as I return to Springfield.
Hey, I went down on my own. You know what? Thank you. I'm a lobbyist now. I done, went through all the paperwork and everything because I took my own initiative to say, hey, something has to be done about this. Something has to be done. I have to go down and say something. I'm looking at going back down Monday, thinking about going back down Springfield Monday because now they got some more bills. They got another bill. I think it's HB 1057 or either 75. Look it up. But now they're saying that you can't even give your ammunition to someone else. So what they're trying to do is say, if we're at the range and me and you are shooting, I can't give you ammunition. Like, hey, can you get some of your ammunition? That can make us felons. So I pass ammunition to you.
So again,
then they try to say that we can't get ammunition shipped to our homes for us to go practice.
Hey man, that's crazy because I was just online looking because I just bought me some shells for my AK and I was like, dang, these $20 a box. Can we beat this somewhere?
But guess who this bill is coming from? Rita Mayfield out of Waukegan.
Well, because guess what? That makes you a national champion, right? So let me also explain to you that as you take on these issues, then those are where the Bloombergs and all of that, that's where you get celebrated around the country as being a hero and a champion, etc. And so you got to, to me, you got to understand the game and you got to understand what they're playing. Realistically, the people that are worried about guns are people like ourselves. But for the people that aren't going to really run into those things, they like, man, I can use this as an opportunity to become nationally prominent, etc. Right? We have an opinion on guns, but we live in the bluest state in the country. So where she's going to be the person is, she'll be the person in New York, in California, and in Washington, D.C., and those will get you the invites to the White House, and you'll be brought to all of the big stuff. And I'm saying that we have to really start to say, what are our priorities? And I feel like even if that's one of our priorities, because again, I think not very many people know that Frederick Douglass, who they would love to promote, said that the number one symbol of black freedom is the ability for a black man to bear arms. Man, send me that information. Because I will be at the meeting on Saturday.
I got you, brother.
All right? I appreciate you, brother. All right, look, y'all. I know I'm supposed to be gone. So this is what I want to do, Riis. Because I got my young brothers here, and I want to make sure I give them an opportunity. So do me a favor. Take a quick break. We're going to go to about 9:30 today because I'm going to give these brothers an opportunity to share their opinions. They've been sitting off camera on the side for a minute. I don't want to let them get too close. They might be trying to take my job, man. I feel like one of them, like the old politicians don't want no young Democrats because they be like, they're going to run against me. Nah, let me tell you what, man. Any way I can pour into our young people to get them on the path to success, all I ever want to do is be a part of your path to success. And so I want to give these brothers an opportunity to share their opinions. Let us know what they thought about them, but I also want you to see some positive outcomes, right? Some positive outcomes, because oftentimes when we talk about our young people, and this brother actually brought me up a lot on. My sister always says it's a whole thriving young black community that's doing their thing. I'm like, man, it's terrible out here. They be like, not so much, but I also think that these young people have a perspective that I think needs to be added to the space. Let me take this last call and then we'll go to the break. What's up, caller? Turn me down in the radio. Who this? Turn the radio down.
This is Hope. Hey, Mays, how are you?
What's up, Hope? How you feeling, man? You about to whoop us, man? Hope, you be whooping people. So I'm nervous, man. What's up, dog? Talk to me.
No. I'm just calling about that lobbying course. When are you going to have that lobbying course? No, really. Aside from that, I think you're making the right move at the right time for the right reasons. If I view Illinois as a corporation for black people, I would view it from this standpoint. Do I want to buy stock in it? Yes or no? Well,
from what I see, they have a black speaker, but that black speaker has 8 years left. And that black speaker has an understudy who happens to be a Hispanic female. And when I take a look at the black citizens in the state of Illinois, they're leaving by the tens of thousands, not a decade, but every year. And more importantly, the city council, where blacks hold the majority of wards, have negotiated a way in 10 years to turn over the majority of wards to Hispanics. And by the way, where is that black business group in the city of Chicago that was supposed to be, if you will, overseeing blacks getting business and contracts and so forth? No, Mays, you're doing the right move at the right time for the right reasons. And we are thankful that you have educated us about politics in the state of Illinois.
Damn,
I thank you.
Hope. Tito, give me a tissue. Hope, that was meaningful, man. Tito, pass me a tissue. Y'all probably too young for that because that's the Eddie Murphy joint. But Hope, I appreciate that, man. Look, this is what I'm gonna say. I'm not for losing. Like, I'm not. And I see, like, if part of the reason I gotta stop doing this is because it makes me a Wakandan. And then I'm thinking my thought is limited to anger or frustration, which then doesn't allow me to look at the long-term goal, right? I used to do this morning show when I first became a young Democrat and I got involved in the political process. I used to always laugh at me, the people that are me now, because they were always so happy to be in a fight, and they'd be like, man, we kicked this butt, but you lost. And now, and from a losing position, you could throw all the rocks in the world, but you ain't got to vote. And so what wound up happening is I used to make fun because I was the dude who would be like, oh, they got the Wakandan candidate. Right? And the Wakandan candidate gonna be like, oh, I don't have no money, I don't have no operation, but I got the blessings of the Lord. And I'd be like, give me that one, because I'm gonna kick his ass. And instead of using my power now or using those skills that I learned now for other people, we have the opportunity to use those skills for the benefit of our people. But I can't be distracted, because you get up here in the morning and people have you off your square and you be all emotional when there's an opportunity. The people who have the least emotion, right? Like when the speaker vote on the stuff he doing, it's tactical. It ain't emotional. He like, man, if I want to stay here, if I want to win, these are the things that I need to do. Caller, is there anyone else on there? All right, so look, Riis, let's take a quick break because I got to get the young brothers in. I got to make sure that they get an opportunity to share their opinion. They probably like, I ain't never coming back. Dude, crazy. But I am happy to see them here this morning. They was here bright and early. Hey, man, I was like, who is this knocking on the door at 10 minutes before? Your parents taught you good. I think I know him, too. Anyway, y'all, this is the Mays Jackson Show. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, I'm going to introduce you to the two young brothers that are sitting in the studio with me that have been sitting. I think they've been over there texting, making fun of me or something. Like, this dude is crazy. I wish he had stopped hollering. Don't he know he got a microphone? It amplifies your voice. I'm going to talk to them in a short minute. So y'all hold on. Y'all stay back because, we want to highlight the wonderful young brothers that are here today. It's the Mays Jackson Show. Mays, Riis. We'll be back after these messages.
The Mays Jackson Show. We'll be back after this break.
Elect Willie Wilson for mayor of Chicago. Crime is out of control. Parents are frightened for their children. Downtown and our neighborhoods are at risk. Even gas stations are targets. We will fight back to protect our community. Elect Willie Wilson for mayor. Why not Willie Wilson for mayor of Chicago? The criminals won't like Willie Wilson in the mayor's office. Fighting crime is Willie Wilson's first priority. Willie Wilson is ready to take on the criminals. Finally, Chicago, do it right. Willie Wilson for mayor.
Do you want to send your child to the best fit private school but don't have the financial resources? Apply for the Illinois Tax Credit Scholarship Program. It has provided over 37,000 scholarships worth $300 million. The application opens online Wednesday, January 18th at 6:30 p.m. and submissions begin at 7 p.m. Scholarships are first come, first served for families who qualify, so apply as soon as possible. For more information, call 1-800-616-7606 or visit www.empowerillinois.org. Empowering families, empower communities, empower Illinois.
Today, the Biden administration is releasing what it calls a new strategy to fight domestic terrorism. Following a 100-day review, federal officials are now laying out a new plan hoping to deter, detect, and prosecute domestic terror.
They went to the Capitol waving their flags and looking for smoke. He was out there looking for justice. They was over there looking for votes. Ashley Babbitt was with him and told all the people that nothing could stop us. She climbed through the Capitol window, breached security, and called a shot, bro. The media say she a veteran. They paint the picture to make her look greater, but she disrespected the same country that she served. That makes her a traitor. They was fighting police, resisting arrest. On God, I couldn't believe it. I guess blue lives only tend to really matter when it's convenient. Hey, these are the times we witness in history, all because they didn't get a victory. United States is so contradictory. We get equal rights, that's a mystery. Politicians, they more like magicians. You know they got tricks up their sleeve. We point out the flaws that's up in this country. You know they gon' tell us to leave. Somebody try to help me understand it. Always seems like a double standard. They be out here leaving us empty-handed to certain rights we are not granted. The media is the culprit when it comes to the comparison. Cause when it comes to race, they always changing up the narrative. It's terrorism. They say you a patriot, call you a hero. I call it terrorism. And that's on the real. You know and we know, I say it's terrorism. They say you a patriot, call you a hero. I call it terrorism. And that's on the real. You know and we know, I say it's terrorism. They say you a patriot, call you a hero. I call it terrorism. And that's on the real. You know and we know, I say it's terrorism. They say you a patriot, call you a hero. I call it terrorism. We still out here trying to get our reparations, but the government pump faking out here hesitating. I'm out here trying to keep my peace, so I keep meditating. The media make us look bad, they taint our reputation. Look, it's so sad that COVID causing toe tags. You claim you so patriotic, but you ain't wearing no mask. You out here wilding with your MAGA flags and showing your ass. You wanna be part of some type of revolution so bad. Look, you talk revolution and constitutional rights, homie. I guess we forgot about back in the days when all of the business was whites only. Yeah. George Floyd got justice. Juneteenth got much respect. They made it a national holiday. Man, it's all good, but cut the check. They're giving out all of these vaccines, putting it in you like caffeine. Was it all in the part of the plan? I bet money like DraftKings. It's land of the free, home of the brave. 1776, we wasn't free till 1865, so we wasn't part of that shit. And that there's terrorism.
Terrorism.
You are listening to the Mays Jackson Show. We are in overtime. And y'all, I'm here to tell y'all that the future is bright. It really is. You know, I've often, I feel like sometimes that's why part of the reason I got to get out of Wakanda is because I look at the glass as half empty. But I really think after I talk to these young brothers, especially this one right here, I'm starting to look at the glass as half full. And so here with me today, this young brother right here, I think I met you in 1990. You was born when?
96.
So I met you, 96?
Yep.
Damn. I met him in 1999. 1999. I'm really feeling old right now. I remember I was repping Rockefeller Records at the time, and his father was releasing. His father was an alderman. He was releasing a rap record. Matter of fact, I think I got the album cover still in my drawer over there. It's called Change Man. And it was a little bit after that because he wanted to get me to work with him because I was doing Rockefeller and he had a rap record and he thought he was going to, be a superstar or something. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to help him because my ulterior motive was I was trying to get involved in politics in Chicago. Fortunately, his dad brought me into the game. And then maybe about a year later asked me would I be willing to manage his wife's campaign, which actually was your mom, for a state central committee woman. And we took the seat from Danny Davis. Then right after that, I became his dad's campaign manager, and it was history. And I always remember, like, his mom would always be like, and y'all know his mom because she came in, she wrote a book, and she talked to us about parenting. And because I always look at him, and I was like, damn, y'all did good. But I remember it would always be, we'd be in a meeting, she'd be like, I got to go. We got to take him into acting class. We got to take him to financial class and all of those different things. And then the brother went on to college, graduated. First of all, went to Skinner, Whitney Young, graduated, went to Fordham, right, which is the financial university. Like, if you really want to get it done, that's where the people go in New York. Went to work for one of the biggest, the baddest Goldman Sachs firms in the world, the money people, high ranking, all the way, like, path to the stars. And then he says, I'm coming home. And I gotta tell you, and then he hit, you know, and you see people, you like, your mommy, you worked at Goldman Sachs and you're coming home. Wait a minute. And then when he talked to me about what he wanted to come home and do, and he wanted to be instrumental in changing, and actually throughout college he would be coming home talking to me about the service that they were doing with young people, etc. And I was always super proud of him, and always just loved the way that, you know, when parents pour in and you get to see outcomes. And it's crazy because, I mean, it really just tells how old I am. But Riis, give me a big round of applause for my man, Walter Burnett III. Give him a big round of applause.
Thanks for having me, Mace.
Huh?
Thanks for having me.
Oh, man, I'm honored to have you here, man. I'm honored to have you here. You're making me feel old, but it's okay. And then we went out to lunch last month, and he talked to me about some of the visions and some of the things that he wanted to do. And so, you know me, I always say, whatever I could do to be part of your success, if there's a way I can help, I do. And so he said that he wanted to bring his buddy, PJ. PJ, is that your name? Do I need to call you something else? I don't want to be, you know, you millennials will be, my name is not, so is that?
Yeah, no, PJ works.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
PJ Gordon.
Okay, PJ Gordon. So in the building, y'all, they've been sitting over on the sidelines. I think they've been laughing at me, making fun of me. They like, this dude got a microphone and he's steady hollering. But I am happy to have them in the studio today. They were here at 6 o'clock this morning because they wanted to observe. They also have some aspirations in this space. And so me, you know me, I say, man, if you about it, come on through. And I always, you know, the big test is, but you know I start at 6 o'clock, right? The big test is 6 o'clock. And usually that weeds out a lot of people. And so today when my phone rang at 10 minutes to 6, I was like, who in the hell is this calling me? And because I just didn't think he was going to be here at 6 o'clock in the morning. But he came and he brought his friend, and they have been here and they have some aspirations in this space. And so we want to be able to give them as much aid and assist as we can. Maybe they'll take the show over. We never know. But what I did want to do is give you an opportunity to meet them and get them to give us a little bit of their perspective and just a little bit of perspective from the young people in Chicago. So welcome, guys, to the Mace Jackson Show. Y'all had an opportunity. You had a chance to sit here and sit through it. What'd you think? Kind of crazy? I'm not that crazy, though.
It's definitely entertaining for sure.
Very entertaining. You're vocal with the opinions. I like it. I like it.
Please, tell him that half the stuff he's saying that he can't. He be teetering on the line in 23, don't he? He be like,
I mean, I know circles that wouldn't appreciate it, but you know, I like the honesty.
Wait,
it's nice to have both sides, though.
Yeah, exactly.
So can I tell you this? This is the thing. And I don't know where I fit. Like, I feel like I'm misplaced right now, right? Like, I feel like I'm living in between these worlds that I was born in and the world. And I feel like at some point it just went. And it's like everything is, I don't know what I'm able to say, what I'm not able to say. I just kind of call it like I see it. And my premise is that I don't just want to talk to people that I agree with. I want debate. Like, I want conversation, because I think that the clash of ideas is where you get the best outcomes. And so sometimes people become offended, and it's never my intent to offend, right? I like to call it like I see it. Y'all was looking at me crazy when I said to them, but I thought that's what I was supposed to say.
The word is actually non-binary.
So, but what when they say pronouns?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm
They,
saying.
them.
Like, exactly. Those
So I'm not supposed to say the them.
Exactly. That'd be like if I was like that him over there, just like that dude, like that non-binary person. Their pronouns are they them, but you refer to them as a non-binary person.
The more you know.
I'm trying, man. I'm
Yeah,
trying.
I feel you.
And so what I would like is to get to a place where people understand that all of us don't understand all of this.
Yeah.
And so instead of like trying to castigate a person, bring them up, provide them with some understanding, because realistically, all my concern is making sure that black people, whether they are he, him, she, her, non-binary, whatever it is, if you put black first and the self-interest of black people first, then we got a space for you, right? And that's really what I want to do. But, man, talk to me about a little bit about what y'all thought today, and then tell me about a little bit about your opinions. And I know y'all working on kind of putting together y'all own thing. So what you thinking? What's it looking like? How you feeling? But, first of all, tell us a little bit about yourself, even though I think I told a little bit too much probably. I'm probably be in trouble. But go ahead.
Yeah, you gave my whole little script, man.
I gave you a
got much to
script?
say.
No, you do it. No, you do it.
He was reading the Wikipedia. I liked it.
Yeah, my name's Walter Burnett III. I just returned home to Chicago from New York. I was out there for 8 years doing a bunch of different things, primarily in finance. But one of the things that I loved about New York is just the energy that they have in terms of promoting the youth and giving the youth a lot of opportunity to develop and find their lane. And so while I was out there, I did a lot of things in education, helping out kids in the Bronx, figuring out how their path to get into high school, get into from high school into college, and then from college into the professional field. And so whether it was working with Fordham and helping those kids in the local area, or if it was working with Goldman and trying to get people to understand financial literacy. I
need help with that. Go ahead.
We all need help with that, and not just on a commercial, professional level, but on a personal level. It's one of those things where, especially in the black community, we aren't really attuned to some of the basic things like budgeting and
Femo,
and
let me tell you,
investing.
I blew $1 million in 9 months. It was a great time. I had the best time of my life. But
I would think so.
Literally $1 million in 9 months, because I just thought that it could never run out. Like $1 million, it could never run out. So how did you get into finance, man?
Man, I got into finance early on. It goes back to what you said, man. My parents put me in everything and anything in the city. So I got an opportunity to meet Melody Hobson when I was around 12 years old, and she told me about investing stocks. And her principle is super simple for kids. What do you use, right? Because kids at the end of the day end up being the marker for what people use as they grow older, right? So as a kid, you use toothpaste, right? Colgate, Crest. You can invest in those stocks. As a kid, you play with toys, Hasbro. You look at movies, Disney, right? And those things where, as a kid, I was using on a daily basis end up becoming things that I understood, my competency. And when you think about it on a simple level, it's like the more you invest in the things that you use, the more those things can invest in you, right? They can improve, to get better budgets. They can create products that are better suited for you. And so at the end of the day, it's all about what can come back and help you in your community long term. And hope, the goal is that these businesses actually care about us and produce things that continue to help us thrive and do better. But we also have to be stewards and engage with our companies and make demands. And so hearing your conversation today about holding people accountable, whether it's political, whether it's business-wise, is huge. And it's, for our perspective, we want to allow people to have that autonomy and that say too, right? The big thing you said for me today was leverage. How do you leverage what you have, whether it's your word, the people around you, your dollars, to help give back to what you need? And half of it is just information and knowledge. You got to know what's going on in order to leverage the things that you do have, right? What power do you have? And so we're looking to help people here in Chicago figure out how they can leverage themselves and their dollars and their voice to help empower their community, help empower the businesses, because as you noted too, man, there's a lot of good things going on here, and I think Chicago has a little bit of a publicity issue. There's a lot of people talking about what's wrong with the city nationally, but we're not highlighting and uplifting the businesses and communities that are doing good things as much as we should.
Okay, so that's the half glass half full. You parked that right there. PJ, Talk to me, man. Who is PJ?
So I met Walter, high school, teenagers.
Whitney Young too.
Whitney Young, yeah.
These selective enrollment kids.
It's always
Dolphins everywhere.
Yeah, everyone always hates me. But I worked in music for a long time. I still work in music. I did artist management. I did journalism for a organization called Fake Shore Drive. I did playlisting for Audio Mac, and yeah, just all. I interned for Hebrew Brantley. I did art gallery. So I've just worked in culture in the city for a long time. And when Walt came to me and mentioned that he felt that the main issue was a publicity issue, I had to agree. I've seen firsthand all of the art that gets made here. I've seen the culture. I've seen everything that Chicago is doing that really doesn't get highlighted enough, or really just doesn't get the funding or get the support it needs to. And so I think that once we do that, like, we can take it a lot of different ways.
So first, let me back up. So arts and finance. What did you do? What does finance actually mean? Right? Like, I mean, I heard of Goldman Sachs, and I know it's like a big wheel. They got bazillions, and I'd be like, I watch Billions and all that, and I watch Succession, and I'm like, is that what you was doing?
A little bit here and there.
So tell me what you were doing. Tell us what a financial guy like yourself was doing before.
Yeah, for sure. So finance in general, the purpose of finance is access to capital. How do you move capital from people who have it to capital to people who need it, and connecting those dots? And finance is that intersection. It's really the ability to say, all right, you have dollars here. You have dollars here that you want to spend, and we can put it in the right places, not only to help solve your needs, whether it's nowadays social needs are in a lot of people's minds. You think about ESG investing, but your needs are in terms of return.
Break them numbers, them letters down. ESG investing.
Yep. Environmental social governance. Right. So nowadays people are looking at companies and thinking like, all right, I spend all my money here and you aren't doing anything for me. You don't care about the environment. You pollute it with plastic and garbage and destroy my waterways. You don't have any people of color working for you.
You not care about black people, but that's a whole nother thing.
That's it. But it's become a big thing on the investing side, right? And so for financial institutions, and you think of the big ones, BlackRock is a big example of this. They made a public statement about a couple years ago saying that they're going to try to be the most environmentally, socially, governance-wise responsible investors in the world. They manage trillions of dollars. And so it was a big shift to say businesses aren't just for profits anymore. They're for the community, they're for the people who there are their customers and their stakeholders. And so financial institutions, throughout history, the primary objective is to make profit. You help people who have dollars get more dollars effectively.
That's called business. That's why this is a hobby, because we don't make no money. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so what I was doing, I started off doing leverage finance, which is helping companies with not the best credit rating get debt to finance their endeavors. So whether they were trying to acquire another company, or they were trying to grow their business in some capacity, or pay off other debt. And so my job was to figure out how to market this company to other investors, to say, whatever we're offering you on the table, say we need $10 million, we'll give you a 9% coupon on this deal, and it's a great deal, you should take it. My job was putting together those materials, negotiating those loan documents, and kind of connecting those dots.
How old is you again?
27.
Good Lord, Jesus Christ. Man, got more energy, more knowledge in this little pinky. Can I tell you, I think that one of the biggest challenges for black people in business, particularly myself, who own numerous businesses, really understanding finance and then gaining access to capital. I don't know if I ever needed $10 million. I think if y'all gave me $10 million, y'all might have to. I probably couldn't do that. I'd probably be back in the same boat again. But then let me ask a question. What does the industry look like? And why would you leave something like that, man? That's like, and you was with the top firm in the world. Like, huh?
Yeah, the industry is 98% white.
That sound about right.
I would think higher, honestly.
They've tried.
How can you get higher than 98? Well, you could be 100.
Yeah, and it is. There's a lot to it when you are being a trailblazer in the space. And for me, I take I take black issues very personally. Everywhere I've gone, I've tried to advocate for people of color, especially black people, to have a stake and to be in these rooms, right? When I went to Fordham, I started the Diversity Business Club, which was to help young people of color figure out where the opportunities were, right? Because there's a lot of these Goldman, Bank of America, Barclays, all these huge banks had huge diversity programs, but the schools weren't telling their diversity students about these programs. And so when I get to Goldman on the other side, it's like, okay, we need to help. We need to find 50 black people to come sit in these seats. And you go to these schools and you talk to their business programs, and they're like, well, we have two. And so it becomes this funneling effect that is such a negative aversion to people of color, because the opportunity set is technically out there, but we haven't been trained to look for them, trained to say that we can do it. And really, right, like to do finance, a lot of finance, unless you're doing quantitative analysis and you're a computer engineer, a lot of it's just algebra. It's really just a jargon and a language that deters people from doing it, right? It's a lot of legal talk. There's a lot of specific language on finance, but you can be taught the language. You just got to learn it. And half of it is just access to education. And so as I continue to be in those spaces, and I was working 18, 20 hours a day for 4 years. And it was very taxing, but it wasn't just taxing because of the work. I enjoyed the work, but it was having to basically, what's the right word? Fight for my opinion to matter all the time. And I figured if I was going to put that much work into something and that much energy, I might as well come back and utilize what I've learned to help my city and help my community grow even further.
So here go. Then this is my half full, right? PJ
Mays.
You decide you're gonna get into this artist life, this culture. How do you feed yourself? And is there money in culture?
There can be. I think we've seen it. I think we've seen that, especially in this city, a rapper that you mentioned, he's kind of the top of that, and everybody else is kind of getting trickle-down money from that. And I think that's a really big issue with Chicago. But no, to answer your question, I've basically freelanced since I was 17, 18. The artists I manage, or the articles I did, or like the, events I would throw. Just a lot of freelancing. It's not always fun. There is money in culture. I haven't gotten to it as much as I would like.
Right. So now talk to me about, how does the finance guy get to the culture guy and then get together? And what is that collabo looking to create?
Well, they're always connected, right? Yeah. Finance and culture. Finance is always the first people to actually back the culture, right? You need the dollars. Like you said earlier, white people are the ones who buy hip-hop the most, right?
Exactly. And also I think the finance people like feeling cool. And so
exactly.
That's where culture comes
and they can afford the $1,000 gym shoes too, but that's a whole nother story.
Precisely that.
Exactly.
They can afford to go to Coachella.
Or they can buy the one Wu-Tang album that was released.
Jeez.
But it's also a time thing too, right? A lot of people in these white collar industries have a lot of time on their hands. What they do is information. They're in the business of information, meaning they have the ability to be knowledgeable about culture and care about it more so. The challenge for them, though, is accessing the culture and understanding where it's coming from and how to continue to build it, especially when you're young, trying to be in these spaces, right? Like I said, I worked 18, 20 hours. The information sources that I was dependent on were probably 2-3 sources here and there, national media, but like doing things on a local level, it just wasn't really there. And so PJ and I have been friends since high school, man. I've always been inspired by his ability to talk to anybody and everybody and actually understand what's actually the pulse of the culture and what's happening here. And so when I got back, I'm like, PJ, we got to connect and try to figure out how do we highlight some of these smaller local artists, because you think about Chicago, you think about the music industry or the art industry, you have some of the biggest export of talent coming from the city, right? You talked about Chance, that's one of them. Polo G, Chief Keef, right? Like any type of music that has really bubbled up in the last 2-3 decades, Kanye West.
And that's even like on the higher end, you know what I mean? I would go like lower, you got guys like Femdot, you got Saba, you got Karali Payne, there's just so much going on here that no one ever really gets to see because there's nobody putting. I mean, fake short drive still exists. There are still blogs, but I don't think there's like enough of a platform for those artists aside from a post on the internet.
Well, let me just say this, fellas. Kind of that's why we created With the Media, right? I know I do this thing in the morning and I'm kind of wild and crazy, but the whole premise was I was tired of seeing people broadcasting or doing stuff on their couch, right? And I said we need to build a space where it's okay to be, you can build your own audience, you can get the word out, you can use it. And so what we did was we built this out during the middle of the pandemic, right? And essentially we had 12 hours every day of programming that was, while everybody was locked in the house, they were all, like, if they wasn't watching 2, 5, 7, and 9, they were coming here and they were watching and they could get their blackness reaffirmed, or not reaffirmed, but we did everything from guns to culture to all of those different components. And as I get older, I want to, and as I move out of this space, right, because this right here is probably now not where I believe I can be most effective in helping our people. I think all the years of legislative experience, now I done hurt a lot of feelings over time, so I got to do some repair in that space. But I think that I can help black folks a lot more utilizing what is my first love, which is politics. This just happened to sustain myself. And so Walter and I met for lunch a couple weeks ago. I say last year, but it was really just a few weeks ago. And he was telling me about they had some aspirations or just wanted to check it out. And my premise was, Femo, it's here. And if there is anything that we have that is within this realm, you have access to it, right? It's yours to use. We can figure out the time. We can figure out all of that stuff. But the other thing that was just so important to me, and my sister has been just all over me about it, and I think you just confirmed it about the culture, is that there is a thriving culture that Chicago is actually taking a leadership role in around the country, and it needs a showcase. And so however the platform can be utilized in that way, just know that you have access, right? The doors are always open. We can train you, get your key. Y'all can come make sure whatever happens. But I did want to make sure that we made sure that the people saw y'all and see that there is, like, it ain't all bad. It's not. I think we do see a lot of the negativity that is on TV, etc. Why you ain't gonna run for office though?
Nah, that's not me.
What? You're not gonna be the legacy man?
I'll leave that to the rest of my family.
And so, tell me where you want to end up, bro. Tell me what does success look like to you?
So for me, this has always been about stories and telling stories. That's what I think culture ultimately is. It is us telling each other stories. It is how we grow as people. Across many societies, pretty much every single culture that's ever existed, stories are the foundation. And so for me, being a part of that is film. Film is like my real love. Okay. I love music. I love, talking about all of this. But yeah, to me, success looks like telling whatever story, whatever marginalized person wants to get out there.
Now, how you gonna make money doing that?
Film production.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is money to make money in that?
Making movies, yeah.
Okay.
You say there's no movie in Hollywood? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah. Money follows passion.
Yeah, that too.
Back up. Say that again.
Money follows passion.
Explain that to me.
If you love what you do, at some point the money's going to find you. It just takes time. It takes effort. You put in your hours. The money will find you.
Wait, did you say put in your hours? How many hours you got to put in? Because a lot of people be like, I just need to put in 2. A lot of people, can I tell you what? A lot of people be like, oh, I see, dude. They be like, I want to do what you do, right? I was just listening to my man Corey, who was saying that, I decided I was going to be a lobbyist. And so I signed up and did the paperwork. But there's years of relationships that also have to be built in that space. Talk to me about what it takes to be successful. What has it taken for you to be successful? And was it overnight?
Oh, definitely not overnight, man. I feel like I've experienced more failures than people would ever let on. It takes time. You got to be willing to fail. Malcolm Gladwell is one of my favorite writers.
Deep, man, deep. Go ahead.
He is one of the people who brought to light this 10,000 hour theory. You got to spend at least 10,000 hours of intentional, meaningful, deep work in order to be a master at it. And so what that means is that's, I think, equivalent to something like 4 or 5 years of work on a normal basis. You need about 4 or 5 years of work to be a master at anything.
How much you got to get? Let me ask a question. To become an expert, does somebody pay you for that?
Along the way, you can find ways to get paid for it.
Okay.
You can find apprenticeships,
Yeah,
people to learn from as well. But you really just have to be engaged with it yourself, right? Nobody can tell you how to learn deeply. That's a you thing. You have to be able to really focus on it yourself. And nobody can pay you for that either, right? They can give you an opportunity, but you have to be willing to put in the work for it.
Right. And going into what Walt said about failures, that's the thing that honestly I'm still learning, to this day. We only see people's successes, you know what I mean? Social media specifically has taught us to only see those successes. And it took me a while to see, all of these people I look up to, they're failing all the time. And so whenever someone comes to me and tries to get in the music industry or they want to learn more, I say, hey, just don't be afraid to fail because you're going to do it. There's no way to do anything without failing.
I tried to get into Goldman 3 times before I actually got in that internship.
Really?
3 different times. But it was my persistence in learning from those mistakes that I made, making sure I got the feedback to understand how to get there eventually.
Talk to me about the role that your parents played in your success. And I'm going to go both of you. As a matter of fact, PJ, I'm going to start with you first. Tell me about the role, the success, and what did your parents, did they give you everything up front? Did they make you work for it? How did it work?
It's funny. I was just talking to my dad about this the other day.
Okay.
He picked me up from the airport. We were talking about, I caddied as a kid. And, he always made it clear, you don't have to, like I was 13. I had an actual job at 13 working with 50-year-old men. And he would say, you don't have to do this, but, this is your money. This is the only money that I can't tell you what to do with it. And so he just, I think for his part, he pretty much just always instilled in me, hey, give it a shot, give it a shot. And if you work at it, it'll be yours. My mom, she did something similar. Actually, she kind of did the opposite. My mom was always big on making sure that I believed in what I did, versus my dad kind of saying, hey, just get ready for the work. You know what I mean?
I do. I actually do. So do you think, were your parents strict?
Not at all. Oh, man, not at all.
Not at all? What do you mean not at all?
I bought a car when I was 15. And after that, I was just allowed to be up to my own devices in the city. I mean, they didn't let me be gone for days at a time or anything like that. But it was just hey guys, it's 3 a.m. How's it going? I'm coming in whenever I want it. Yeah, they kind of just trusted me.
How did you avoid the pitfalls of Chicago?
I was very afraid of my mother. Very afraid of her.
Afraid of your mother?
Oh, man.
What do you mean afraid of your mother?
I think
you don't feel traumatized? She didn't traumatize you?
I don't think. I mean, hey, I don't think so. I don't think that that's impossible. I mean, I don't think that that's an impossible thing for somebody to feel. But no, not my mom. I don't know. It was just, it was all up.
And was you fearful of her because of whoopings? Or
yes, very much. Whoopings. Yes, yes, for way longer than I really should have been. But yeah, and not just that. I mean, disappointment. That whole I didn't want my parents disappointed in me. But but that freedom they gave me, that allowed me to explore art. I was after school every day. I would go to the Lacuna Lofts. Yeah, I would just go there and hang for hours. I'd be with painters and fashion designers and rappers all day. I was just hanging studios after I graduated. My parents, they kind of just let me do whatever I wanted. And that's how I found art. That's how I found a community that I felt fed me.
Okay. Talk to me about the role of your parents in your success.
I didn't have unlimited freedom, that's for sure.
I'm clear. I know. But go ahead.
The parties you threw would.
Oh, you threw parties? I did hear about a couple of the parties you threw, and I heard his parties, it would be all of the famous people's kids was at the parties. Talk to me about the role of a success that because your family used to be traveling, you used to be doing stuff. But talk to me about the success that you're. And Lil Walt, I didn't know you was throwing parties like that though. He was throwing parties like that.
Hey man, hey.
I like a good party.
I'm not gonna rat him out. I love Mr. and Mrs. Burnett.
Hey, y'all wasn't using the Burnett house. Okay, let me stop. So talk to me about the role of the success that your parents had. Because I just want you all to remember, his mom came on the air, right? And she was one of the people that you all raved about. And actually, people was asking, can we get her on once a week? She wrote that book. Remember, and she came here and she talked about pouring into her children and the things that we had to do. And it was a lot of practical advice. Talk to me about the role your parents played, though.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely benefited from having an older brother who was a little bit more reckless than I was in high school. So I got a lot of leeway. But I think when I think back to just growing up and being raised by my parents, there was three key principles that they instilled in me. A strong work ethic. They had me working music festivals and art fairs, serving food when I was 12 years old. I've been working ever since. It is don't be scared of failure. Always go after what you want, and don't let failure be an excuse. And the third thing was make them tell you no.
Your daddy will do that for real. Go ahead.
He instilled that, like, you can't be scared of no, because what's the worst thing a no is? It's done. It's there, right? What's the upside? It's tremendous. And so those three things kind of helped guide me along the way, right? And you know, my parents they both ran for different campaigns at different elections at times, and so there were often times where it would be me, and I had a couple of little cousins who lived with us, where I would be helping make sure that they were good with school while they were out on the campaign trail. So I got a lot of independence early on to figure out what kind of person I wanted to be. And so I appreciate them for allowing me to have that independence and that trust. It's all about trust too, right? Like, they trusted in me to get things done, whether it was school-wise or dealing with my cousins or sports or working. And in return, I had to instill in them that they can trust me to do that, and I didn't want to let them down, like PJ said, you know. And so just having them there and having them as a guiding voice, whether they were physically there or not, kind of was instrumental to, I think, my success.
If you could tell the audience one thing today at your level, or you could provide advice to parents who are trying to, and I don't know if I could deal with your advice about just let your kid go anywhere they want to go and be home. But if you could tell one thing, if you could tell parents something that you believe, because there's a lot of young people now that want to be in the arts, right? It like, to me, arts have become the new escape. It used to be basketball or football or being sports, and now, you know, I say every school should install a music studio, right, and a graphic design. But if parents that have children that want to be in the arts, tell them something that they can do to be supportive of them and for them to be successful.
Support them. And that's not always just, you know, financially. That could be, you know, being a sounding board for them, you know, listening to their stuff. Don't, like, you know, oh yeah, my son is making this little album and you haven't heard any music from it, you know. Just be their first fan, essentially.
You heard that? That's some dope stuff. Be their first fan. Be your kid's first fan. Now, did you curse in your music?
I did. I managed. Actually, no, I rapped. Let me quit lying.
Everybody
tried to rap. I did. My parents didn't. They never listened. I mean, I didn't show them. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna show my dad my raps. That's.
Did you? But you cared about what your parents thought, right?
I did. I mean, I think, like, if I had made it big, I would have expected them to hear it. But, you know, I wasn't gonna just show them what I was making in the studio with my friends. But I mean, I think you should make an environment where your kid can show them the music. I mean, he can show you the music. You know, it never occurred to me. It literally never was. That's the first time you saying that's the first time I thought, oh, I guess my dad did never hear me rapping. Like,
but he's proud now, ain't he?
Yeah, I like to think so.
All
I like to think so.
Right.
I told him I'd be on this today.
Oh, did he? I hope he tuned in.
I emailed him a link.
He probably working.
The first thing he says, will there be a recording? I'm like, yes, Dad. You can get on YouTube later.
Okay, and you can tell him he can go to the back. You can just tell him where you start at 9:30.
I think he's gonna want to listen. I think he's gonna want to listen to the show.
I think so, because he probably my age, and he's a
little bit older. He's 62.
Damn. Okay. So he probably understand me more than you do, because I'm lost in this world these days.
Oh no, the stuff when I explain non-binary to you, I'm like, oh wow, this is okay. It's not just him. Cool.
No, it's all of us. Dog, not like that. Like, when I was growing up, that would get you whooped.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That would be like you shoot. I felt like bullying was a rite of passage. Lord have mercy, Jesus. So I was like, y'all don't bully kids in school no more. You get kicked out for that. I thought that was, but that's a whole nother thing.
I went to a selective enrollment school. I don't really know. I'm told that other places that might have still been a thing, but I don't know. We was all nerds.
Well, y'all really, you know what that makes me think of? I remember a guy came to our school and he said, the people that you call nerds are going to be the people that you're going to be working for in the future. Young man, talk to me if you could give one bit of advice to parents out there who want the best for their children, right? But a lot of times right now, were your parents your best friends or were they disciplinary? Like, was y'all peers? Because I can't see.
No.
How much vote did you get in the house?
What do you mean a vote? Maybe some food choices, if I was lucky.
My dad definitely told me it was a dictatorship one time. Like when I was like, dang, I don't get to be a part of decisions. He said, this isn't a democracy. Why would that be the thing?
Did you feel traumatized from that, or did it make you a better person?
I think somewhere in the middle. I don't know if that's necessarily how I would do it, but I get it. I get why you did it.
So I think parenting has evolved over years. I love the fact that you were fearful of a whooping. Did you ever get a whooping?
Of course. What? But I will say my mom was very instrumental to helping me form my own opinions. Even though I didn't necessarily get a vote, she would talk me through things and say, all right, this is why you're wrong. Or I hear what you're saying, and I like where you're going with this, but you're wrong. And that was kind of fundamental for me to be able to hold my own in spaces where not everything was going to go my way.
Because a lot of kids think when you grow up, everything is going to go your way if it does that way. Hey, y'all. Two of Chicago's young people who I got a funny feeling you're going to be seeing a lot more of somewhere around here. An opportunity for us, again, not to just be mad. And part of the reason that I don't feel like I can just stay mad is because there are people that are available to take advantage of the opportunities that we may not have seen or understood. And so somebody, like when we meet at BP1, we say we're doing it for our kids, our grandkids, etc. But we have young people here that are ready to take them. Man, you talk more mature. Both of y'all seem more mature than I was. How old are you?
27.
Dang, y'all both 27? Y'all feel like way more mature than I was at 27. But I'm super glad that you all came in. I'm glad that you hung out today. I hope that this won't be the last time that we see you. And I hope that this is somewhere you consider being a place to showcase the best and brightest of Chicago, because I do think we need to highlight the things. And we do need a PR. We do need better PR. Also, if you know somebody want to connect the dots to funding, just let us know. We can stay on the air and we can keep this thing going. Look, y'all, this is the Mace Jackson Show. For my man PJ, I can't call you Lil Walter.
You call me Lil Walt.
For Lil Walter, hey, Little Walter. To the other Lil Walter, too. You know what? No. For DJ Riis the Ruler, I am the host of the Mace Jackson Show, where every single day we ask the question, what's in it for the black people? And if you don't like it, you can still tell them. Mace said, we out of here. Peace.
Business and go ahead and address the facts, man. Lightfoot seems more being in black. Rahm Emanuel's another case. He was just as tired. 50 closed schools left much to be desired. Police had Anjanette naked on that body cam. They suppressed the footage so it couldn't touch a lot of hands. Reminds me of that 16 shots in that cover-up. Both of them similar, so I went and dug it up. George Floyd killed, a lot of riots happened in the town. Southside burned and they wouldn't let them bridges down. Grandmother sick, need a prescription and plus a couple groceries. You gon' have to travel just to get it now. COVID-19 out here shutting all the business down. Not enough SBA loans to even give around. So many failed businesses that you could put them in the pile. If you don't survive the pandemic, it's gonna sit you down. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke. System that milked us so bad, we got lactose. Still trying to find out what's in it for us black folks. We sing, dance, play ball, entertain, and crack jokes. Government infested black neighborhoods with crack smoke.